The program is about to commence. We request the guests to please resume their seats. We once again request all our guests to resume their seats. The program is about to commence. We request all the guests to resume their seats so that we can commence the program. The guests are please requested to resume their seats. Once they resume the seats, we can commence the program. In the mic. Before we commence today's program, we have pleasure in announcing the live webcast of the program at our website www.liveibc.com/UNOM. I repeat, www.liveibc.com/UNOM.
வணக்கம். சென்னை உயர்நீதிமன்றத்தின் 150ஆம் ஆண்டு விழாவுக்கு வருகை தந்திருக்கும் உயர்ந்த பெருமக்கள் அனைவரையும் வணங்கி வரவேற்கிறோம். நீதியின் உயரமாகவும் நேர்மையின் சிகரமாகவும் திகழ்வது சென்னை உயர்நீதிமன்றம். Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I take great honor, pleasure and privilege in welcoming each one of you present here to this very, very special occasion, 150 years celebration of the Madras High Court. Patriotism is not short, frenzied outbursts of emotion, but tranquil and steady dedication of a lifetime, said Adlai A. Stevenson. Yes, it is this steady dedication and unremitting devotion of the High Court that has kept this tall building upright and has contributed to the country's flag flying high. வரலாற்று சிறப்புமிக்க சென்னை உயர்நீதிமன்றத்தின் 150ஆம் ஆண்டு விழாவில் பன்மொழி பாடல்கள் என்ற இந்த இசை நிகழ்ச்சியை வழங்குவதில் பெருமை பெறுகிறோம். முதல் பாடல் இந்த விழாவுக்காகவே எழுதி இசையமைக்கப்பட்ட புது பாடல். சென்னை உயர்நீதிமன்றத்தின் பெருமை பேசும் பொது பாடல். கவி பேரரசு பத்மஸ்ரீ வைரமுத்து அவர்களால் எழுதப்பட்டு இசையமைப்பாளர் பரத்வாஜ் அவர்களால் இசையமைக்கப்பட்ட தனி பாடல். லக்ஷ்மண் ஸ்ருதி இசைக்குழுவோடு அந்த பாடலை பாட திரு பரத்வாஜ் மற்றும் குழுவினரை அன்போடு மேடைக்கு அழைக்கிறேன்.
சென்னை உயர்நீதிமன்றம் நேர்மையின் உறுதி. சென்னை உயர்நீதிமன்றம் சென்னை உயர்நீதிமன்றம் அழியாத வெளிச்சம். சென்னை உயர்நீதிமன்றம் மேலே சூரியன் தோன்றி மறையலாம், ஆனால் ஒரு நாளும் நீதி விலகாது. சென்னை உயர்நீதிமன்றம் அழியாது. காசு பணங்கள் கடந்து நீதியை காவல் புரிவது உயர்நீதிமன்றம். சென்னை உயர்நீதிமன்றம் கடவுள் நம்பிக்கை இல்லாத பேரும் கடைசி நம்பிக்கை. உயர்நீதிமன்றம் சென்னை உயர்நீதிமன்றம். லட்சுமி சொன்னது உயர்நீதிமன்றம். அறுதி செய்வதும் உயர்நீதிமன்றம். மேலே சூரிய தோன்றி மறையலாம், மேல் நோக்கி மழை பொழிந்து கழியலாம், ஆனால்
நீதிபதிகளின் சொத்து கணக்கை இணையதளத்தில் ஏற்றிக் காட்டும். சமரச தீர்வு மையங்களாலே சமூக உறவை இணைத்துக் காட்டும். 150 ஆண்டுகளாகியும் இன்னும் செயலில் இளமை காட்டும். தலைமை நீதிபதியின் தனிச்சிந்தனையில் பிறந்தது இந்திய நாட்டுக்கே முன்னோடியாய் அமைந்தது விடுமுறை கால குடும்ப நல நீதிமன்றம். அது நீதியின் மாண்மை நிலை. இது சென்னை உயர்த்தும் நீதிமன்றம்.
சொத்தை திருடும் கையை கட்டி வைப்பதும் உயர் நீதிமன்றம். உடைந்து போன குடும்ப உறவை கொட்ட வைப்பதும் உயர் நீதிமன்றம். ஆண்டவனாயோ யார் சொன்னாலும் அசைந்து கொடுக்காத உயர் நீதிமன்றம். அறங்களாலே சமூகம் காக்கும் அறங்கள் அமைக்கும் உயர் நீதிமன்றம். மேற்கே சூரிய தோன்றி மறையலாம், மேல் நோக்கி மழை பொழுது கழியலாம். ஆனால் ஒரு நாளும் நீதி பிறழாது, நீதிமன்றம் வழுவாது. மேற்கே சூரிய மறையலாம், மேல் நோக்கி மழை பொழிந்து கழியலாம். ஆனால் ஒரு நாளும் நீதி பிறழாது. சென்னை உயர் நீதிமன்றம் வழுவாது. சூரிய தோன்றி மறையலாம், மேல் நோக்கி மழை பொழிந்து கழியலாம். ஆனால் ஒரு நாளும் நீதி பிறழாது. சென்னை உயர் நீதிமன்றம் வழுவாது.
இனி தாயின் மணிக்கொடி சொல்லுது ஜெயஹிந்த். A small request. இந்த பாடல் மறுபடியும் ஒரு வாட்டி இந்த மேடையில கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறோம். பரத்வாஜ் அவர்களையும் குழு மற்றும் குழுவினரையும் மறுபடியும் மேடைக்கு அழைக்கிறோம்.
Hello. சிறப்பு விருந்தினருக்கு விருப்பத்துக்கு ஏற்ப மீண்டும் அந்த theme song. For the pleasure of everybody, again the theme song.
நீதியின் உயரம் சென்னை உயர் நீதிமன்றம். நேர்மையின் உறுதி சென்னை உயர் நீதிமன்றம். சென்னை உயர் நீதிமன்றம் அறியாத வெளிச்சம். சென்னை உயர் நீதிமன்றம். மேலே சூரியன் தோன்றி மறையலாம், மேலோக்கி மழை பொழிந்து கழியலாம். ஆனால் ஒரு நாளும் நீதி பிறழாது. சென்னை உயர் நீதிமன்றம் வழுவாது. கடந்து நீதியை காவல் புரிவது உயர் நீதிமன்றம். சென்னை உயர் நீதிமன்றம். கடவுள் நம்பிக்கை இல்லாத பேரும் கடைசி நம்பிக்கை உயர் நீதிமன்றம். சென்னை உயர் நீதிமன்றம். லட்சுமிகாந்தனே ஆய்வு சொன்னது அறுதி செய்வதும் உயர் நீதிமன்றம். மேலே சூரிய தோன்றி மறையலாம், மேலோக்கி மழை பொழிந்து கழியலாம். ஆனால் ஒரு நாளும் நீதி பிறழாது. சென்னை உயர் நீதிமன்றம் வழுவாது. நீதியின் உயரம் சென்னை உயர் நீதிமன்றம். நேர்மையின் உறுதி சென்னை உயர் நீதிமன்றம்.
சென்னை உயர்நீதிமன்றம் வழங்கிய தீர்ப்பை உச்சநீதிமன்றமே மேற்கோள் காட்டும். நீதிபதிகளின் சொத்துக் கணக்கை இணையதளத்தில் ஏற்றிக் காட்டும். சமரச தீர்வு மையங்கள் 150 ஆண்டுகளாகியும் இன்னும் செயலில் இளமை காட்டும். தலைமை நீதிபதியின் கண் சிந்தனையில் பிறந்தது. இந்திய நாட்டுக்கே முன்னோடியாய் அமைந்தது விடுமுறைக்கால குடும்ப நல நீதிமன்றம். அது நீதியின் மாண்பை நிலைநாட்டும் என்றும். சென்னை உயர்நீதிமன்றம் இது சென்னையை உயர்த்தும் நீதிமன்றம்.
நீதிமன்றம்
திரு பரத்வாஜ் அவர்களுக்கும் குழுவுக்கும் நன்றி. இனி தாயின் மணிக்கொடி சொல்லுது ஜெய்ஹிந்த். பாடல் இயற்றியவர் கவி பேரரசு வைரமுத்து, இசை வித்யாசாகர், பாட வருகிறார் முகேஷ்.
Hello. Jai Hind! Jai Hind! Jai Hind! தாயின் மணிக்கொடி சொல்லுது ஜாய் ஹிந்த். தாயிடம் காத்திட நலம் போக்கிட சொல்லுங்க ஜாய் ஹிந்த். என் இந்திய தேசமிலிருந்து ரத்தம் சிந்திய தேசமிலிருந்து, என் இந்திய தேசமிலிருந்து ரத்தம் சிந்திய தேசமிலிருந்து, தாயின் மணிக்கொடி சொல்லுங்க ஜாய் ஹிந்த். தாயிடம் காத்திட நலம் போக்கிட சொல்லுங்க ஜாய் ஹிந்த். தலை கொடுத்தார் அந்த ஆயகமே எங்கள் முதல் வணக்கம். தாயின் மணிக்கொடி சொல்லுது ஜாய் ஹிந்த். தாயகம் காத்திட சன்னலம் போக்கிட சொல்லுங்க ஜாய் ஹிந்த். சுதந்திரத்தை காத்த அனைவருக்கும் சொல்லுகின்றோம் எங்கள் முதல் வணக்கம். தாயின்
கொடி சொல்லுது ஜெய் ஹிந்த். தாயகம் காத்திட தன்னலம் போற்றிட சொல்லுங்க ஜெய் ஹிந்த். என் இந்திய தேசலிகள் ரத்தம் சிந்திய தேசலிகள் மகான்மத வன்னிய பூமி. ஜெய் ஹிந்த், 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 ஜெய் ஹிந்த்.
नंद्री मुकेश। इस मंच को और गर्व महसूस कराने के लिए आपके सामने एक और बहुत ही प्यारा गाना, गीतकार गुलजार साहब, संगीत निर्देशक आर.डी. बर्मन साहब, और ये गाना इस मंच पे गाने आ रहा है श्री श्रीनिवास।
Good morning.
मुसाफिर हूँ यारो, न घर है ना ठिकाना, मुसाफिर हूँ यारो, न घर है ना ठिकाना, मुझे चलते जाना है, चलते जाना। मुसाफिर हूँ यारो, न घर है ना ठिकाना, मुझे चलते जाना है, बस चलते जाना। मुसाफिर हूँ यार है ना ठिकाना, मुझे चलते जाना है, बस चलते जाना। जिसने हाथ काम कर इधर बिता लिया, रात में इशारे से उधर बुला लिया, सुबह से शाम से मेरा मुसाफिर हूँ यारो, न घर है ना ठिकाना, मुझे चलते जाना है, बस चलते जाना। मुसाफिर हूँ यारो, न घर है ना ठिकाना, मुझे चलते जाना है, बस चलते जाना।
Thank you. Thank you so much.
శుక్రియా శ్రీనివాస్ సార్. ఇప్పుడు అందమైన తెలుగు భాషలో పుణ్యభూమి నా దేశం అనే పాటతో నీ ముందుకు రాబోతున్నారు అనంతు. పాట రాసిన వారు జాలడి, సంగీత దర్శకులు ఎంఎన్ కీరవాణి.
భూమి నా దేశం నమో నమామి, ధన్యభూమి నా దేశం సదా స్మరామి. పుణ్యభూమి నా దేశం నమో నమామి, ధన్యభూమి నా దేశం సదా స్మరామి. నన్ను కన్న నా దేశం నమో నమామి, అన్నపూర్ణ నా దేశం సదా స్మరామి. మహాబహుల కన్న తల్లి నా దేశం, మహోజ్వలిత కర్ర కన్న భాగ్యోదయ దేశం నా దేశం. పుణ్యభూమి నా దేశం నమో నమామి, ధన్యభూమి నా దేశం సదా స్మరామి. అదిగో ఛత్రపతి మాద సత్తులు చురకత్తులు చలిపిస్తే, మానవకుల మాంగళ్యం మంట కలుపుతుంటే, ఆ క్షుద్ర రాజకీయానికి రుద్రనేత్రుడైచేసి మాతృభూమి నుదిటిపై సుడి తిలగం తీసిన మహావీరుడు సార్వభౌముడు. అదుగో అతి భయంకరుడు ఖడ్గ బ్రహ్మణ, తీర పాండ్య వంశాంకుర సింహ గర్జన. అదుగో అతి భయంకరుడు చిత్ర బ్రహ్మణ, అది వీర పాండ్య వంశాంకుర సింహ గర్జన. ఒరే పోసావా, నీరు పెట్టావా, పోసావా, కుప్పనూర్చావా, ఒరే తెల్ల కుక్క, హస్త జీవన ముఖ్యులత్వముని బ్రతికే నీకు సిద్ధందుకు కట్టాలిరా అని ప్రజల సంకెళ్ళు తెంచి స్వరాజ్య పోరాటమెంచి ఉరిగొయ్యల బుక్కు పాలు తాగాడు. కన్న భూమి ఒటిలోని ఉరిగాడు. పుణ్యభూమి నా దేశం నమో నమామి, ధన్యభూమి నా దేశం సదా స్మరామి. నన్ను కన్న నా దేశం నమో నమామి, అన్నపూర్ణ నా దేశం సదా స్మరామి. అదిగదిగో అదిగదిగో ఆకాశం పిల్లున తెల్లారి వస్తున్నాడదిగో మన అగ్గి పిడుగు అల్లూరి. పిడుగు అల్లూరి ఎవడు రానా భరత జాతిని కప్పమిడిగిన తుచ్చుడు, ఎవడు ఎవడ పొగరు పట్టిన తెల్ల దొరకాడెవ్వడు. బ్రతుకు చెరువుకు దేశముచ్చి బానిసలుగా మమ్ము నుంచి, తమ్ములడిగే తమ్ములొచ్చిన తమ్ములెవరికి వచ్చరా. అడుగు జీవులు భగ్గుమంటే పుడుగు నెప్పురు ఉత్తనైతే, ఆ చంద్ర నిప్పురు చంద్ర గొడ్డలి పన్ను గడదడి చూడరా. అన్న ఆ మన్నెందర అల్లూరి చుట్టుమెట్టి మన్ని మార్వల నెట్టి పరద రంకులకు పెట్టి వంద గుళ్ళు ఒక్కసారి పేల్చితే వందే మాతరం వందే మాతరం వందే మాతరం వందే మాతరం వందే మాతరం అన్నది ఆకాశం. అజాదు హిందూ ఫౌజు దళపతి నేతాజీ అఖండ భరత జాతి కన్న మరో శివాజీ సాయుధ సంగ్రామమే న్యాయమని స్వతంత్ర భారతామని మన సత్యమని ప్రతి మనుషుల సైనికుడై ప్రాణార్పణ చెయ్యాలని హిందూ ఫౌజి సైనికుడని చాడు గగన విగల జగతి కనుమరుగైపోయాడు. జోహార్ జోహార్ సుభాష్ చంద్ర బోస్ జోహార్ జోహార్ సుభాష్ చంద్ర బోస్. గాంధీజీ కలలు కన్న స్వరాజ్యం సాధించే సమరంలో అమర జ్యోతులై వెలిగే ధృవతారల కన్నది దేశం హరితాదుల కన్నది నా భారతదేశం. ఆ దేశం పుణ్యభూమి నా దేశం నమో నమామి ధన్యభూమి నా దేశం సదా స్మరామి నన్ను కన్న నా దేశం నమో నమామి అన్నపూర్ణ నా దేశం సదా స్మరామి. Thank you.
इस मंच पे एक और सुंदर प्यारा गाना आपके लिए. ये गाना गाने आ रही है रांची के सेंट जेवियर्स कॉलेज से कैश्मीरी प्रसाद. धन्यवाद. இனி அச்சம் அச்சம் இல்லை அடிமை எண்ணம் இல்லை பாடல் இயற்றியவர் கவி பேரரசு வைரமுத்து. பாட வருகிறார்கள் குட்டி குட்டி குழந்தைகள்.
வாழ
ரொம்ப பிரமாதம், ரொம்ப நன்றி. अगला गाना, ये गाने के बारे में बताना है तो एक लाइन में बता सकती हूँ. ये एक गाना है जो हर भारतीय के दिल में रहता है. गाना वंदे मातरम, संगीत निर्देशक रंजित बैरो. ये गीत इस मंच पे गाने आ रही है हरिणी. धन्यवाद। इस मंच पे एक और बार आपके सामने आखिरी गाने के लिए கடைசி பாடல் உங்க முன்னாடி பாட வருகிறார் காஷ்மீரி பிரசாத்.
चांदनी
Thank you, Kashmiri Prasad. As a request from the audience, we have one more song for you, which will be the last song of today. நிறைவு பாடல் தமிழா தமிழா நாளை நம் நாளை. பாடல் இயற்றியவர் கவி பேரரசு வைரமுத்து அவர்கள். இசை A.R. ரஹ்மான். பாட வருகிறார் ஸ்ரீனிவாஸ்.
தமிழா நாளை நம் நாளே, தமிழா தமிழ நாடும் நம் நாடே, தமிழா தமிழ நாளை நம் நாளே, தமிழா தமிழ நாடும் நம் நாடே. என் வீடு தாய் தமிழ்நாடு என்றே சொல்லடா, என் நாமம் இந்தியன் என்றே என்றும் இல்லடா. தமிழா தமிழ நாளை நம் நாளே, தமிழா தமிழ நாடும் நம் நாடே. தமிழா தமிழா கண்கள் கலங்காதே, விடியும் விடியும் உள்ளம் மயங்காதே. தமிழா தமிழா கண்கள் கலங்காதே, விடியும் விடியும் உள்ளம் மயங்காதே. உனக்குள்ளே இந்திய ரத்தம் உண்டாகில்லையா, ஒன்றான பாரதம் உன்னை காக்கும் இல்லையா. தமிழா தமிழா நாளை நம் நாளே, தமிழா தமிழ நாடும் நம் நாடே.
திரு ஸ்ரீனிவாஸ் அவர்களுக்கும் லக்ஷ்மி ஸ்ருதி குழுவுக்கும் எங்கள் நன்றி. வரலாற்று புகழ்மிக்க இந்த விழாவில் எங்களையும் இணைத்துக் கொண்டு இசை பாட வாய்ப்பளித்த சென்னை உயர்நீதிமன்றத்துக்கு எங்கள் வணக்கமும் நன்றியும். இசை என்ற சொல்லுக்கு புகழோடு தொடங்கியது மிகவும் பொருத்தம். வணங்கி விடை பெறுகிறோம். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
celebrations have opened on a musical note. The theme song, specially composed for this occasion, reflects the common man's perception of the temple of justice and his steadfast belief in it. The man who has penned the lines of this song, Padma Shri Dr. Vairamuthu, is a household name, and we are extremely thankful for his composition and for refusing to take anything in return, saying that it is his thanksgiving to this great institution. Mr. Bharadwaj has added life to the verse with his beautiful music, and the song has been sung by the troupe of Mr. Lakshman. As a token of our gratitude to these artists, we would like to offer them a small token of our thanks. Justice Altamas Kabir would be honoring Padma Shri Dr. Vairamuthu, the lyricist, with a shawl and a memento. Both are requested, please come on the dais. Please give a big hand to Mr. Vairamuthu for his beautiful composition of the song. Justice Sadasivam would be honoring Mr. Bharadwaj, the music director. The Chief Justice to the music troupe leader, Mr. Lakshmanan. I'm extremely sorry, I'm way ahead of the program. Justice P. Sadas. Justice P. Sadasivam would now honor Mr. Bharadwaj, the music director. Please give him a big hand. The Chief Justice to the music troupe leader, Mr. Lakshman. The Chief Justice to Mr. Lakshmanan. Please give him a big hand, friends, for the lovely musical entertainment he has given us. Mr. Justice Jyotimani to Mr. Srinivasan. Mr. Srinivasan, the singer who has sang so beautifully Musafir Huyaro. The claps, a big hand. Justice Chitra Venkatraman to Mrs. Harini. Please, the claps can be a little louder. What a lovely treat we have had this morning. Justice K.N. Basha to Mr. Anand. Sorry, it is Justice Murugesan who is. Mr. Justice Justice Chitra Venkatraman to Kashmiri Prasad. Justice K. Sugana to Selvi Divya, who has beautifully compared the entertainment section. Friends, a big hand to Divya.
Test, check, testing, 1, 2, 3, check, test. Test, testing, 1, 2, 3, check, test, check.
Check, testing.
official program will commence in a few minutes. All are requested to resume their seats. We invite Mrs. Shanti Nair, the Chief Postmaster General, Tamil Nadu Circle, to come to the dais. Chief Postmaster General, Tamil Nadu Circle. Today is a proud moment for all of us gathered here. This great chartered High Court has travelled a long way in 150 years in dispensing justice. The Red Building is a beacon of hope for the common man. Why this nostalgia? The question has been aptly answered by Justice Dr. P.V. Rajamannar, the first permanent judge of the Madras High Court, while addressing the gathering at the centenary celebrations of the High Court. I quote, "The High Court in the larger sense, is not merely a collection of judges. It is an institution of which the bench and bar, I would add, the public are all integral parts with its own traditions and ideals which have inspired them and standards which have been maintained." Unquote. Ladies and gentlemen, we begin today's celebration with the Tamil Thai Varthu. Please rise for the Tamil Thai Varthu.
कल्याणम आरोग्यम धन संपदा शत्रु बुद्धि विनाशय दीप ज्योतिर नमोस्तुते. I request Mrs. Saraswati Sadasivam, Mrs. Ruma Ganguly, Mrs. Meena Gokhale, Mrs. Chandrai Mukhopadhyay, Mrs. Ifat Iqbal, Mrs. Amira Khalifullah, Mrs. Padma Pushpanjali Rao and Mrs. Sudha Murugesan to light the Kuttuvilakku.
We request the dignitaries on the dais to also assist their spouses in lighting the Kuthuvilakku. We request the dignitaries on the dais to also accompany women in lighting the Kuthuvilakku. The pleasure of welcoming this august gathering lies upon the able shoulders of His Lordship, Justice L.P. Dharma Rao, known and hailed for his efforts to ensure speedy justice to the downtrodden. Sir, may I request you to welcome the gathering.
Most respected my lords, the Honorable Mr. Justice Altamas Kabir, the Honorable Mr. Justice P. Sadasivam, the Honorable Mr. Justice A.K. Ganguly, the Honorable Mr. Justice M.J. Mukhopadhyaya, Judges of the Supreme Court, our beloved Chief Justice Honorable Mr. Justice M.Y. Iqbal, beloved brother Justice F.M. Ibrahim Khalifullah and Justice D. Murugesan, respected madams of the judges, Mr. M. Paramjyoti, Minister for Law, Courts and Prisons, Government of Tamil Nadu, the Chief Postmaster General of Tamil Nadu, respected retired judges, the learned Advocate General, the Public Prosecutor, government leaders, the Additional Solicitor General of India, law officers, distinguished guests, registrars, judges of the subordinate judiciary, staff, members of the Fourth Estate, members of the bar, ladies and gentlemen, ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಎನ್ನಾಡು ಅನ್ಬಾಯ ವರಮೇಳುಗಳು. మన మద్రాస్ ఉన్నత న్యాయస్థానం 150 సంవత్సరాలు ఉత్సవం జరుపుకుంటున్న సందర్భంగా అందరికీ కూడా మా హృదయపూర్వక ఆహ్వానం. On this historic and memorable day, it is my unique privilege to extend a very warm, affectionate and cordial welcome to all of you. On behalf of my brother judges, members of the bar, the staff of this court and myself, we are glad and honored that in spite of their busy schedule, their lordships, the Honorable Mr. Justice Altamas Kabir, the Honorable Mr. Justice P. Sadasivam, the Honorable Mr. Justice A.K. Ganguly, the Honorable Mr. Justice H.L. Gokhale, the Honorable Mr. Justice S. A. Mukhopadhyaya, Justices of the Supreme Court, have found it possible to attend this function to take part in it along with Madam Lordships. I take the extreme privilege and honor of welcome their Lordships and respected Madam Lordships for this function. I welcome our beloved Chief Justice, the Honorable Mr. Justice M.Y. Iqbal, along with respected Madam's Lordship. I welcome my beloved brother, Honorable Mr. Justice F.M. Ibrahim Khalifullah, the son of the soil and the Chief Justice of the High Court of Jammu and Kashmir, along with his Madam Judge. I welcome my beloved brother, the Honorable Madam Judge. I also welcome all my brother and sister judges to take part in these celebrations along with their family members. I also welcome all my brother and sister retired judges along with their family members. I welcome Mr. M. Paramjyoti, Minister for Law, Courts and Prisons, Government of Tamil Nadu, Mr. A. Navanetha Krishnan, Advocate General, Mr. I. Subramanian, Public Prosecutor, Mr. M. Ravindran, Additional Solicitor General of India, with their company law officers. I welcome the learned advocates, registrars, officers of the subordinate judiciary, staff and media. I welcome each and everyone present here. Our High Court is the symbol of judicial independence for 150 years, and nothing could be more memorable than being a part of celebrating the 150 years of legal heritage of our chartered High Court on this law day. Being a part of this historical celebration is a lifetime memorable event for all of us, the part and parcel of justice delivery system. The beautiful structure of our High Court should not be viewed and considered as a mere structure of brick and mortar, but a symbol of justice which has stood the test of time all these years, besides standing as a beacon light in many legal aspects for others to follow. Although we are at this time celebrating the inauguration of 150 years of existence of our High Court, which was established after the advent of the British in India, the roots of our judicial traditions go back into antiquity to a period long before the British appeared on the scene. We cannot therefore forget on this occasion the fact that this event is only a milestone in the judicial annals of our civilization. India and no other judicial system has a more ancient or exalted pedigree. Ancient India had the highest standard in antiquity as regards the ability, learning, integrity, impartiality and independence of the judiciary, and these standards have not been surpassed till today. That, in words of one of the greatest jurists, ancient India, Kachayan, the judges were independent and subject only to law, that the fundamental duty of the court was to do justice without fear or favor, and that the Indian judiciary consisted of a hierarchy of judges within the court of the Samanita Solan in the presidency of High Court is not only the example of the highest judicial standards maintained in our country, but a beacon of light for all of us to one and only destination, rendering justice in its true meaning. In the words of an Englishman, Dr. Spellman, in some respects the judicial system of ancient India was theoretically in advance of the English system of today. Therefore, it could be wrong to think that we are merely celebrating the 150 years of a court established by the British government in India. This is really an occasion to remember and ponder over our own judicial traditions, which are much older than those of British or any other judicial system existing today. It is a testament to our predecessors that through the early and often turbulent days of our country, We led the way in establishing the rule of law in our state, helping to create the framework of a strong and independent judiciary that serves the people today. The judges of this country can function satisfactorily only when they are assisted by an efficient staff. I take this opportunity to pay a tribute to the services of that body of workers in the office of this court who set the stage for all judicial action. The work of dispensation of justice in our High Court has been performed by judges of this court, assisted most ably by the members of glittering and independent bar, which can boast of a very illustrious name, a source of pride and a glory for the court, but for the whole country. Praying for the continued progress and prosperity of this institution in the service of justice, and once again welcoming each and every present here and wishing a grand success of this function, I resume my seat. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. If civilization is to survive, it must choose the rule of law. So said President Eisenhower of America while undertaking the Law Day pledge. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise while we are led by Justice Altamas Kabir, Judge, Supreme Court of India, in administering the Law Day pledge.
I guess all of you have copies of the Law Day Charter, a pledge. We can read it together so that we take the pledge together. All right? Right. We hold that law is the common heritage and trust of mankind. That administration of justice is one of the most fundamental functions of the state. And that judges and lawyers owe their allegiance by the traditions, training and tenets of their noble profession to the cause and quest of justice. We believe that the discipline of law is indispensably essential for the authoritative and peaceful resolution of all conflicts, for ensuring orderly development of society, for promoting social justice, for safeguarding liberty and protecting basic human rights and fundamental freedoms. We affirm that the independence and impartiality of judiciary and the freedom and independence of the legal profession constitute the sheet anchor of social order, individual freedom and equal justice in our society. We acknowledge the social responsibilities and the professional obligations of law in public interest and public service. We emphasize, in particular, the need to ensure equal and universal access of the people to the system of justice, especially for the poor, the weak, the deprived and the downtrodden, the need for legal literacy and legal aid, and the need for social audit and evolution of laws, and for scientific, rational and pragmatic law reform. we pledge and dedicate ourselves on this, the law day of this proclamation. I hope we can live up to this.
మన్నించాలి, ఒక వెల్కమ్ అడ్రస్ మర్చిపోయాను. I take great privilege and honor in welcoming the poet Kavi Pererasu Sri Vairamuthu and the composer of the song, Mr. Bharadwaj and party is unconscious and their entire team who have given us such a wonderful theme song to commemorate this celebration. Thank you very much.
To commemorate this historic moment, the Indian Postal Department has come up with a special postal cover along with a special pictorial cancellation. Mrs. Shanti Nair, the Chief Postmaster General, Tamil Nadu Postal Circle, will release this cover and hand over the first copy to the Honorable Chief Justice and copies to all the dignitaries on the dais. Our thanks to the Indian Postal Department. Mr. A. Navneeta Krishnan, the Advocate General of Tamil Nadu, is here to say of the occasion. Sir, I request you to offer your felicitations.
அனைவருக்கும் என்னுடைய பணிவான வணக்கங்கள். At the outset, I would thank Honorable Chief Minister Amma and Honorable Chief Justice of our Madras High Court for giving me this opportunity, great opportunity, to stand before this august gathering. My Lords, Honorable Justice Alkamas Kabir, Justice T. Sadasivam, Justice A.K. Ganguly, Justice H.L. Gokhale, and Justice S.J. Mukhopadhyaya, Honorable Judges of the Supreme Court of India, my Lord Justice M.Y. Iqbal, the Honorable Chief Justice of Madras High Court, Justice F.M. Ibrahim Khalifullah, the Honorable Chief Justice of Jammu Kashmir, High Court, Justice L.P. Dharma Rao, Justice D. Murugesan, Justice C. Nagappan, Justice R. Banamuri, Justice K. Mohan Rao, coordination committee of this great function, who has assisted with great risk, and he has helped all the 4 members to participate in this function. Special thanks to him. Justice K. N. Badshaw, Justice Chitra Venkatraman, Justice Janarth Raja, Justice Paul Vasantakumar, Justice Suguna, Justice Chayachandran, Justice S. Rajeswaran, Justice Dhanabalan, Justice Sudhagar, Justice Tamilvanan, Justice Vinod Kumar Sharma, Justice Venkatraman, Justice Chandru, Justice Ramasubramaniam, Justice Mani Kumar, Justice S. Selvam, Justice Sivakumar, Justice Rajasurya, Justice Sundaram, Justice Nagamuthu, Justice Paranivelu, Justice Sasidharan, Justice Venugopal, Justice Periya Karupaya, Justice Subaya, Justice Satyanarayana, Justice R.S. Ramanathan, Hari Parandaman, Justice C.T. Selvam, Justice C.S. Karunan, Justice N. Kuruvakaran, Justice M.M. Sundaresh, Justice T.S. Vinyanam, Justice M. Sureswamy, Justice T. Raja, Justice R. Mala, Justice Aruna Jagdishan, Justice G.M. Akbar Ali, Justice T. Madhivanan, Justice A. Armugaswamy, Justice K.B.K. Vasugi, Justice Raja Ilambo, Justice Kannan, Justice Jayabal, and the former Chief Justice Venkachalam Murthy, the former judges of the Supreme Court, Justice Mohan, Justice Ramaswamy, Justice Ratnavel Pandian, Justice Raju, Justice Nadrajan, and the eminent jurist Mr. Parasaran, and Mr. Ravindran, Additional Solicitor General of India, the former judges of our High Court, Mr. R. Balasubramaniam, Abdul Wahab, Justice M.S. Janardhanan, A.K. Rajan, N.V. Balasubramaniam, A.K. Justice Ramamurthy, Justice Sambat Kumar, Justice K.M. Nadrajan, Justice Raviraja Pandian, Justice Taniga Chalam, and now the chairperson of the Intellectual Property Appellate Board, Justice Pramod Sridevan, and also Registrar General. If anybody's name is left out, kindly excuse me. This is the most important function. That is why I have read out the honorable judges, those who are present here, because there is no other occasion to mention their names, but for them we cannot get the justice. That is why I have mentioned it. I know the time is precious. Even then, it is my duty to mention their names at this August function. And then I would like to point out one thing with regard to our great High Court, Madras High Court, whether it has been mentioned in any of the literature in Tamil. Yes, it is available. That is in Tirukkural. The Tirukkural is a moral code of entire humanity. That is a well-known fact, because our Madras High Court is in existence for 150 years. About that Madras High Court, the great poet Valluvar has mentioned it very long back. I may be permitted to read out the couplet. Saman செய்து சீர்தூக்கும் கோல்போல் அமைந்ததொருவாள் கோடாமை சான்றோர் அணி. In English, to incline to neither side, but to rest impartial, as the even fixed scale is the ornament of the voice. Again I repeat it, we understand in English than in Tamil. So, to incline to neither side, but to rest impartial, as the even fixed scale is the ornament of the voice. So, our Madras High Court is impartial all along, that it comprised of eminent past judges, present judges. Now everything is become very popular, because the entire world became a global village. World, the eminent lawyers are known throughout the world. The judgments are very popular throughout the world. So I don't want to waste on that aspect. And also I hope a very good important announcement will be made by our Honorable Chief Justice, because it is not proper on my part. The Honorable Chief Minister has shown your good gesture to our staff and officers of the Madras High Court. The rule of law must be upheld at any cost, and I hope the Madras High Court must long live. Tamil Vazhga. Nandri, Vanakkam.
Nandri, sir. The Honorable Minister for Law, Courts and Prisons, Government of Tamil Nadu, ardent supporter of any proposal for extending all assistance to proposals intended for the betterment of the judicial system. Sir, may I request you to say a few words?
வரலாற்று சிறப்புமிக்க சென்னை உயர்நீதிமன்றத்தின் 150வது ஆண்டு விழாவில் கலந்து கொண்டிருக்கக்கூடிய போற்றுதலுக்குரிய மாண்புமிகு சென்னை உயர்நீதிமன்ற தலைமை நீதிபதி அவர்களே, போற்றுதலுக்குரிய மாண்புமிகு உச்ச நீதிமன்ற நீதிபதி பெருமக்களே, போற்றுதலுக்குரிய மாண்புமிகு உயர்நீதிமன்ற நீதிபதி பதவிக்குரிய தமிழ்நாடு அரசின் தலைமை வழக்கறிஞர் அவர்களே, மரியாதைக்கும் அன்பிற்கும் உரிய வழக்கறிஞர் சகோதர சகோதரிகளே, நீதித்துறையை சார்ந்த அலுவலர் பெருமக்களே, பெரியவர்களே, அன்பு சகோதரிகளே, உங்கள் அத்துணை பேருக்கும் என்னுடைய பணிவான வணக்கத்தை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கின்றேன். வரலாற்று சிறப்புமிக்க சென்னை உயர்நீதிமன்றத்தின் 150வது ஆண்டு விழா மாண்புமிகு தமிழக முதலமைச்சர் அம்மா அவர்களுடைய நல்லாட்சியில் சீரும் சிறப்புமாக நடைபெற்றுக் கொண்டிருக்கிறது. மாண்புமிகு தமிழக முதலமைச்சர் அம்மா அவர்கள் என்னை இந்து சமய அறநிலையத்துறை, நீதிமன்றங்கள், சட்டத்துறை மற்றும் சிறைச்சாலை துறையினுடைய அமைச்சராக பணியாற்றும் வாய்ப்பினை வழங்கி இந்த விழாவில் கலந்து கொள்ள என்னை அனுப்பி வைத்த மாண்புமிகு தமிழக முதலமைச்சர் அம்மா அவர்களுக்கு என்னுடைய நெஞ்சார்ந்த நன்றியை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். இந்த விழா சிறப்பாக நடைபெறுவதற்காக மாண்புமிகு முதலமைச்சர் அம்மா அவர்கள் 40 லட்சம் ரூபாய் விழாவிற்கான செலவாக வழங்கியுள்ளார்கள் என்பதை உங்கள் அனைவருக்கும் தெரியும் என்பதை நான் மகிழ்ச்சியோடு தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். மாண்புமிகு முதலமைச்சர் அம்மா அவர்களுடைய ஆட்சியில் நீதிமன்றங்களுடைய மாண்புகள் காப்பாற்றப்படுகின்றன. மக்களுக்கு நீதி வழங்குவதிலும் சட்டத்தின் ஆட்சியை நிலைநாட்டுவதிலும் நீதித்துறை முக்கிய பங்காற்றி வருகிறது. நீதி நிர்வாகத்தின் வாயிலாகத்தான் அரசு குற்ற நிகழ்வுகளை கட்டுப்படுத்தி குற்றவாளிகளை ஒருத்து நிரபராதியை பாதுகாத்து ஒழுங்கு அமைதியை கட்டி காக்கிறது. இயலாத ஒன்றோடு ஒன்று இணைந்த 4 கூறுகளை கொண்டுள்ளது. அதாவது காவல்துறை, சட்ட வல்லுநர் துறை, நீதித்துறை, சிறைத்துறை என்னும் அமைப்புகளை கொண்டு உருவாக்கப்பட்டுள்ளது. நீதித்துறை சுதந்திரமாக செயல்படுவதையும் விரைந்து நீதி வழங்குவதையும் உறுதி செய்யும் வகையில் 3வது முறையாக தமிழகத்தினுடைய முதலமைச்சராக பொறுப்பேற்றிருக்கும் மாண்புமிகு அம்மா அவர்கள் செயல்படுகிறார்கள் என்பதை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கின்றேன். தேவையான இடங்களில் நீதிமன்றங்களை அமைப்பதும் அந்நீதிமன்றங்களுக்கு தேவையான உள்கட்டமைப்பு வசதிகளை வழங்கி குடிமக்களுக்கு விரைவான சமூக மற்றும் பொருளாதார நீதியினை வழங்குவதில் மாண்புமிகு முதலமைச்சர் அம்மா அவர்களுடைய அரசு என்றுமே முன்னோடியாக விளங்கி வருகிறது. இதற்கு எடுத்துக்காட்டாக சில முக்கிய பணிகளை இங்கே நான் கோடிட்டு காட்ட விரும்புகிறேன். மாண்புமிகு தமிழகத்தினுடைய முதலமைச்சர் அம்மா அவர்கள் 1991 முதல் 96 வரையிலும் மற்றும் 2001 முதல் 2006 வரையிலும் ஆட்சி பொறுப்பில் இருந்த பொழுது நீதித்துறைக்கென பல்வேறு திட்டங்களை தீட்டியுள்ளார்கள். அவற்றை விரிவாக சொல்ல இங்கே நேரம் போதாது. ஆனால் அத்தகைய திட்டங்களில் சிலவற்றை உங்களிடம் பகிர்ந்து கொள்ள விரும்புகிறேன். 2001-2002 ஆண்டில் நீதிமன்றங்களில் தகவல் தொழில்நுட்ப வசதிகளை மேம்படுத்தும் பொருட்டு மத்திய அரசின் நிதி உதவியுடன் 2003 ஆண்டில் உயர்நீதிமன்றம் கணினிமய பணிகளுக்காக ரூபாய் 1.09 கோடி ரூபாய், நீதித்துறை பயிற்சி கழக கட்டிடம் கட்டுவதற்காக ரூபாய் 4.5 கோடி ரூபாய், குளிர்சாதன வசதிக்காக ரூபாய் 1.7 கோடி ரூபாய் ஆகிய முக்கிய பணிகளுக்காக செலவிடப்பட்டன. அது மட்டுமல்லாமல் புதிதாக 66 நீதிமன்றங்கள் மற்றும் பெண்களுக்கு இழைக்கப்படும் கொடுமைகளை விசாரிப்பதற்கு சென்னை மற்றும் கோயம்புத்தூரில் 2 மகளிர் நீதிமன்றங்கள் அமைக்கப்பட்டன. மேலும் சென்னை உயர்நீதிமன்றத்தின் மதுரை கிளைக்கான கட்டிடம் கட்டுவதற்காக முதல் கட்டமாக 44.81 கோடி ரூபாய் 30 விரைவு நீதிமன்றங்கள் மற்றும் சென்னை உயர்நீதிமன்ற நூலக மேம்பாட்டிற்காக துவங்கப்பட்டு துரிதமாக நடைமுறைப்படுத்தப்பட்டன. சென்னையில் இயங்கும் அனைத்து உரிமையியல் நீதிமன்றங்களையும் கணினிமயமாக்குவதற்காக உயர்நீதிமன்றங்களுக்கும் சார்பு நீதிமன்றங்களுக்கும் சட்ட நூல்கள் வழங்குதல் ஆகிய பணி சார்ந்த கட்டமைப்புகளும் உருவாக்கப்பட்டன. அனைத்து மக்களும் சென்னைக்கு வந்து சென்னை உயர்நீதிமன்றத்தை நாடி நீதி பெறுவதில் சில சிரமங்கள் இருந்தன. எனவே சென்னை உயர்நீதிமன்றத்தின் கிளையை மதுரையிலே அமைக்கும் பொருட்டு தென் தமிழக மக்களின் சிரமங்களை தவிர்க்கலாம் என மாண்புமிகு முதலமைச்சர் அம்மா அவர்கள் தீர்மானித்து 24/7/2004 அன்று மதுரையில் சென்னை உயர்நீதிமன்ற கிளை துவக்கப்பட்டு தற்போது 12 மாண்புமிகு நீதிபதிகளுடன் செவ்வனே இயங்கி வருகிறது. மக்களுக்கு உரிய நீதி கிடைப்பதற்கு வழக்கறிஞர்கள் பங்கும் முக்கியமானதாகும். எனவே வழக்கறிஞர்களின் நலனை காத்திடவும் மாண்புமிகு அம்மா அவர்களுடைய அரசு உறுதி பூண்டுள்ளது. 1993-94 ஆண்டில் வழக்கறிஞர்கள் நல நிதிக்காக 16.5 லட்சம் ரூபாய் வழங்கியுள்ளது. 1995-96 ஆண்டில் சென்னை உயர்நீதிமன்ற வழக்கறிஞர் குழும கட்டிடத்தின் மேல்தளம் கட்டுவதற்காக 6 மானியமாக ரூபாய் 5 லட்சமும் வழக்கறிஞர் தொழிலிலிருந்து ஓய்வு பெறும் தருணத்தில் வழக்கறிஞர்களுக்கு வழங்கும் பணப்பயனை 30,000 60,000 ரூபாயும் மாண்புமிகு தமிழகத்துடைய முதலமைச்சர் அம்மா அவர்கள் வழங்கினார்கள். மூன்றாவது முறையாக தமிழக முதலமைச்சராக பொறுப்பேற்றுள்ள மாண்புமிகு அம்மா அவர்கள் நடந்து முடிந்த சட்டமன்ற பட்ஜெட் கூட்டத்தொடரில் நீதித்துறையின் மீது கவனம் செலுத்தி பல்வேறு திட்டங்களை அறிவித்துள்ளார்கள். அதிலே ஒருவற்றை மட்டும் நான் சுட்டிக்காட்ட விரும்புகின்றேன். சென்னை உயர்நீதிமன்ற வளாகத்தில் பதிவுறுக்கல் வைக்கும் அறை மற்றும் மொழிபெயர்ப்பு துறை ஆகியவற்றிற்காக 75,000 சதுர அடியில் தனியாக பல அடுக்கு கட்டிடம். இதனுடைய திட்ட மதிப்பு 11.95 கோடி ரூபாய். கிருஷ்ணகிரி மாவட்டம் தேன்கனிக்கோட்டையில் நீதிமன்ற கட்டிடம் மற்றும் மாவட்ட உரிமையியல் மற்றும் குற்றவியல் நீதிபதிகளுக்கான குடியிருப்பாகத்தில் மாண்புமிகு தலைமை நீதிபதி தங்குவதற்கு மாளிகை மற்றும் மாண்புமிகு நீதிபதிகள் தங்குவதற்கான 5 மாளிகைகள். இதனுடைய திட்ட மதிப்பு 4.79 கோடி ரூபாய். புதுக்கோட்டை மாவட்ட நீதிமன்ற வளாகத்தில் வழக்கறிஞர்களுக்காக 26 அறைகள். தமிழகத்திலே உள்ள 191 குற்றவியல் நீதிமன்றங்களுக்கும் 63 மாவட்ட உரிமையியல் மற்றும் குற்றவியல் நடுவர் நீதிமன்றங்களுக்கும் மற்றும் 26 குற்றவியல் நீதிமன்றங்களுக்கும் 2.07 கோடி ரூபாய் செலவில் ஒளிநகல் எடுக்கும் கருவி ஜெராக்ஸ் மெஷின் வழங்கப்பட்டுள்ளன. தமிழகத்தில் அனைத்து சார்நிலை நீதிமன்றங்களுக்கும் 8.97 கோடி ரூபாய் செலவில் புதிதாக தளவாடங்கள். சென்னையில் பெருநகர குற்றப்பிரிவு புலனாய்வு துறைக்கு புதிதாக நீதிமன்றம். மதுரை மாவட்டம் பேரையூரில் மாவட்ட உரிமையியல் மற்றும் குற்றவியல் நீதிமன்றம். புதுக்கோட்டை மாவட்டம் புதுக்கோட்டையில் குற்றவியல் நடுவர் நீதிமன்றம். நீலகிரி மாவட்டம் பண்டலூரில் குற்றவியல் நடுவர் நீதிமன்றம். சார்நிலை நீதிமன்றங்களுக்கு சட்ட புத்தகங்கள் சட்ட இதழ்கள். சென்னை உயர்நீதிமன்ற மதுரை கிளை நூலகத்திற்கு சட்ட புத்தகங்கள் சட்ட நூலகங்கள் சட்ட குறுந்தகடுகள் போன்றவை வழங்குவதற்கு வழங்கப்பட்ட நிலையான ஒப்படைப்பு தொகையினை உயர்த்திட ஆணை போன்ற பல்வேறு திட்டங்களை மாண்புமிகு அம்மா அவர்கள் அறிவித்து அந்த பணிகளெல்லாம் நடைபெற்றுக் கொண்டிருக்கின்றன. மேலும் திருச்சி மாவட்டத்தில் மாண்புமிகு தமிழகத்தினுடைய முதலமைச்சர் அம்மா அவர்களுடைய ஸ்ரீரங்கம் தொகுதியில் தேசிய சட்டப்பள்ளி ஒன்றினை நிறுவுவதற்காக மிகப்பெரிய முயற்சியினை எடுத்து அங்கே சட்டப்பள்ளி அமைப்பதற்கு மாண்புமிகு அம்மா அவர்கள் ஆணையிட்டுள்ளார்கள் என்பதை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கின்றேன். இவ்வாறாக நீதித்துறை நிர்வாகத்தின் மீது தனி கவனம் செலுத்தி முன்னேற்ற பாதையில் வழிநடத்தி செல்ல தமிழக முதலமைச்சர் மாண்புமிகு அம்மா அவர்கள் தொலைநோக்கு பார்வையுடன் செயல்பட்டு வருகிறார்கள். அது மட்டுமன்றி மூன்றாவது முறையாக தமிழகத்தினுடைய முதலமைச்சராக பொறுப்பேற்றுள்ள மாண்புமிகு அம்மா அவர்கள் தற்போது 4.2 கோடி ரூபாய் செலவில் மாற்றுமுறை தீர்வு மையம் ஆல்டர்னேட்டிவ் டிஸ்பியூட் ரெசல்யூஷன் அளித்துள்ளார்கள். நீதிமன்றங்களை தேடி வரும் பொதுமக்களின் தேவைகளை பூர்த்தி செய்ய நீதி நிர்வாகத்தின் தேவைகளை அதிகரித்து வருவதை மாண்புமிகு முதலமைச்சர் அம்மா அவர்கள் அறிந்துள்ளார்கள். ஆகவே நீதித்துறைக்கு சுதந்திரமான தன்னாட்சி பெற்றதாக அமையவும் பொதுமக்கள் குறைகளை நீதிமன்றங்கள் விரைந்து தீர்ப்பதற்கும் உரிய சூழலை உருவாக்கும் விதத்தில் நீதிமன்றங்களுக்கு தேவையான வசதிகளை மாண்புமிகு அம்மா அவர்கள் செய்து தருவார்கள் என்பதை மாண்புமிகு தமிழகத்துடைய முதலமைச்சர் அம்மா அவர்களுடைய சார்பாக தெரிவித்து இந்த விழாவில் கலந்து கொள்கின்ற நல்ல வாய்ப்பினை நல்கிய உங்கள் அத்துணை பேருக்கும் என்னுடைய நெஞ்சார்ந்த நன்றியை சொல்லி விடைபெறுகிறேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
Thank you, sir. A simple man known for his steadfast effort to deliver justice, His Lordship Mr. Justice Ibrahim Khalifullah, the Chief Justice of the Jammu and Kashmir High Court, has taken the south to the north. It gives me great pleasure in inviting you, sir, to deliver the special address.
அளவற்ற அருளாளரும் நிகரற்ற அன்புடையோனுமாகிய இறைவனின் திரு சிறப்புரையை துவக்குகின்றேன். அனைவருக்கும் எனது காலை வணக்கத்தை உரித்தாக்குகின்றேன். மாண்புமிகு உச்ச நீதிமன்ற மூத்த நீதியரசர் திரு அல்தமாஸ் கபீர் அவர்களே, நீதியரசர் உச்ச நீதிமன்ற நீதியரசர் பி சதாசிவம் அவர்களே, மாண்புமிகு உச்ச நீதிமன்ற நீதியரசர் திரு அசோக் குமார் கங்குலி அவர்களே, நீதியரசர் எச்.எல். கோகலே அவர்களே, நீதியரசர் முகாபாத்தயா அவர்களே, நமது தலைமை நீதியரசர் எம்.ஐ. இக்பால் அவர்களே, எனது சகோதர நீதியரசர்கள் திரு எல்.பி. தர்மராவ் அவர்களே, திரு முருகேசன் அவர்களே, சட்ட அமைச்சர் மாண்புமிகு எம். பரஞ்சோதி அவர்களே, திரு தமிழகத்தின் தலைமை வழக்கறிஞர் திரு நவநீத கிருஷ்ணன் அவர்களே, சகோதரி நீதியரசர்களே, முன்னாள் உச்ச நீதிமன்ற மற்றும் உயர் நீதிமன்ற நீதியரசர்களே, மதிப்பிற்குரிய திருமதி மின்னா கபீர் அவர்களே, திருமதி சரஸ்வதி சதாசிவம் அவர்களே, திருமதி ரூமா கங்குலி அவர்களே, மீனா கோகலே அவர்களே, திருமதி சந்திரை முகாபாத்தயா அவர்களே, திருமதி இஃபத் இக்பால் அவர்களே, ஆமிரா அவர்களே, பத்மா புஷ்பாஞ்சலி ராவ் அவர்களே, சுதா முருகேசன் அவர்களே, மூத்த மற்றும் இளைய வழக்கறிஞர்களே, கீழமை நீதிமன்ற நீதிபதிகளே, வழக்கறிஞர் சங்க நிர்வாகிகளே, உறுப்பினர்களே, குமாஸ்தாக்கள் சங்க நிர்வாகிகளே, உறுப்பினர்களே, உயர் நீதிமன்ற அதிகாரிகளே, அலுவலர்களே, பத்திரிகையாளர்களே, பெரியோர்களே, தாய்மார்களே, சகோதர சகோதரிகளே, எனக்கு இந்த சிறப்புரையாற்ற வாய்ப்பளித்தமைக்கு உயர்நீதிமன்ற தலைமை நீதிபதி அவர்களுக்கும் சகோதரி நீதியரசர்களுக்கும் எனது மனமார்ந்த நன்றியை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கின்றேன். இந்த வாய்ப்பின் மூலம் உச்ச நீதிமன்ற மற்றும் உயர்நீதிமன்ற அறிவாற்றல் மிக்க அகில இந்திய அளவிலும் கோட்டையின் முன்பாக அமர்ந்து இந்த மகா சபையில் உரையாற்றுகின்ற பெருமை பெற்றேன். இந்த அரிய தினத்தன்று ஒரு சரித்திர புகழ் வாய்ந்த ஒரு நீதிமன்றத்தில் ஒரு வழக்கறிஞராகவும் நீதிபதியாகவும் பணியாற்றி இந்த 150 ஆண்டு துவக்க விழாவில் அங்கம் வகிப்பதில் உங்களுடன் நானும் சேர்ந்து ஒரு வகையில் கொடுத்து வந்தவர்கள் என்று சொல்ல வேண்டும். 15/8/1862 அன்று துவக்கப்பட்ட இந்த நீதிமன்றம் 149 ஆண்டு காலத்தை வெற்றிகரமாக முடித்துக் கொண்டு 150வது ஆண்டை நோக்கி வீர நடை போட்டு இங்கு சிறப்புரையாற்ற நிற்கின்ற வேளையிலே இந்த சரித்திர புகழ் வாய்ந்த உயர் நீதிமன்றத்தை பற்றி 10 நிமிடங்களில் பேச வேண்டும் என்று சொன்னால் எதை பற்றி பேசுவது, யாரை பற்றி சொல்வது என்ற ஒரு திகைப்பில் ஆழ்ந்திருக்கின்றேன். இதே மாமன்றத்தின் 100வது ஆண்டு, அதன் பின்னர் நடந்த 125ஆம் ஆண்டு விழா பற்றிய விவரங்களையும் உச்ச நீதிமன்றத்தின் நீதியரசராக இருந்த திரு எஸ்.டி. மோகன் அவர்கள் வாயிலாக அந்த 125ஆம் ஆண்டு விழா சிறப்பாக அங்கே மனுநீதி சோழன் சிலை நிறுவப்பட்டது. அந்த விவரங்களை எல்லாம் கேட்டு படித்து அவர்களை அறிவித்ததை விளக்க வேண்டுமென்றால் குறைந்தபட்சம் ஒரு 100 நிமிடமாவது கொடுத்திருந்தால் ஓரளவிற்காவது என்னால் என் மனதிருப்திக்கு ஏற்ற வகையிலே ஒரு சில குறிப்புகளை முன்வைத்திருப்பேன். நான் தற்போது மாண்புமிகு தலைமை நீதியரசர் திரு இக்பால் அவர்களின் கட்டுப்பாட்டில் இருப்பதினால் அவர் அளித்த 10 நிமிடத்திற்குள் எனது உணர்வுகளை வெளிப்படுத்த ஆசைப்படுகின்றேன். இந்த தமிழ்நாட்டில் அமைப்பு உருவாக்கியது 1600ஆம் ஆண்டு என்று சொல்லப்பட்டிருக்கிறது. அதன் வளர்ச்சியை சொல்லுகின்ற பொழுது 3 கட்டங்களாக பிரிக்கப்படுகின்றது. 1600 முதல் 1800 வரை ஒரு காலகட்டமாகவும், 1800 இருந்து 1862 வரை இரண்டாவது காலகட்டமாகவும், 1862 பிறகு விக்டோரியா மகாராணியார் அவர்களால் சார்ட்டர் வாயிலாக இந்த உயர்நீதிமன்றம் மெட்ராஸ் ஹைகோர்ட் ஆஃப் ஜுடிகேச்சர் மெட்ராஸ் என்ற இந்த உயர்நீதிமன்றம் நிறுவப்பட்டு வெற்றிகரமாக செயல்பட்டுக் கொண்டு இருக்கின்ற காலகட்டம். அந்த பழைய சரித்திரத்தை பற்றி விவரமாக சொல்லுவதற்கு தற்போது நேரமில்லை. ஆண்டு சென்னை புனித ஜார்ஜ் கோட்டையில் லெட்டர்ஸ் பேட்டன்ட் வாயிலாக உச்ச நீதிமன்றமே நிறுவப்பட்டதாக சொல்லப்பட்டுகிறது. 1862ஆம் ஆண்டு இந்த உயர்நீதிமன்றம் நிறுவப்பட்ட போது அப்போது நிலவி வந்த உச்ச நீதிமன்ற கோட்பாடு செயல்பாடுகளை இணைத்து ஆங்கிலேய வழக்கறிஞர்களும் அவர்களோடு இணைந்து தமிழக வழக்கறிஞர்களும் ஆங்கிலேய நீதிபதிகளால் நீதி பரிவாரணம் வெற்றிகரமாக நடத்தப்பட்டது. 26/6/1862 தேதி அன்று விக்டோரியா மகாராணி அவர்களால் லெட்டர்ஸ் பேட்டன்ட் அளிக்கப்பட்டு 15/8/1862 தேதி வெள்ளிக்கிழமை அன்று இந்த உயர்நீதிமன்றம் செயல்பாட்டுக்கு கொண்டு வரப்பட்டது. ஆரம்ப காலத்தில் இந்த உயர்நீதிமன்றம் முதற் கடற்கரை சாலையில் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் லைன் பீச் உள்ள பழைய உயர்நீதிமன்ற கட்டிடத்தில் செயல்பட்டது. 12/7/1892 தேதி வரையில் அங்கு நீதி பரிபாலனம் செய்யப்பட்டு அன்றைய தேதியில் தான் தற்பொழுது செயல்பட்டு வருகின்ற உயர்நீதிமன்ற கட்டிடம் ரூபாய் 13 லட்சத்திற்குள் எழுப்பப்பட்டு அப்போதைய தலைமை நீதிபதி சர் ஆர்தர் காலின்ஸ் அவர்களிடத்தில் ஒப்படைக்கப்பட்டது. அந்த தருணத்தில் அவர் சொன்ன கருத்தை நாம் நினைவு கூற வேண்டியது அவசியமாக இருக்கிறது. அவர் கூறியதாவது, I fervently hope that long after you and I, your excellency, have passed away to that undiscovered country, there may also continue to be found men of ability and courage who will administer the law in these courts without distinction of class, creed or race. Unquote. அவரது அந்த கூற்று இன்று வரை இந்த நீதிமன்றத்தால் சிறப்பாக தொடரப்பட்டு வருகிறது. அப்போது இருந்த மகா புருஷர்களின் பெயர்களை நான் சொல்லியே ஆக வேண்டும். தமிழகத்தைச் சேர்ந்த நீதிபதிகளான சர் டி முத்துசுவாமி ஐயர், சர் வி பாஷ்யம் ஐயங்கார், டாக்டர் எஸ் சுப்பிரமணிய ஐயர், மிஸ்டர் வி கிருஷ்ணசாமி ஐயர் மற்றும் சர் சி சங்கரன் நாயர். அதேபோல ஆங்கிலேய நீதிபதிகளான தலைமை நீதிபதி மற்றும் நீதிபதிகளான சர் காலி ஸ்காட்லாண்ட், சர் அர்னால்ட் ஒயிட், சர் வில்லியம் ஹால்வே அண்ட் ஜேம்ஸ் கர்னான் அவர்களால் நீதி பரிபாலனம் செய்யப்பட்டு வந்தது. பின்வந்த காலங்களில் இந்திய நீதிபதிகளான சர் டி சதாசிவ ஐயர், மிஸ்டர் பி ஆர் சுந்தரையர், சர் சி வி குமாரசுவாமி சாஸ்திரி, சர் வேபா ராமேஸ்வரம், சர் எம் வெங்கடசுப்பராவ் அண்ட் சர் சி மாதவன் நாயர் அவர்களால் நீதி பரிபாலனம் செய்யப்பட்டு வந்தது. அவர்களில் சர் எஸ் வரதாச்சாரியார், ஸ்ரீ எம் பதாஞ்சலி சாஸ்திரி, ஸ்ரீ கே சுந்தரம் செட்டியார், டாக்டர் பி வி ராஜமன்னார் ஆகிய தலை சிறந்த நீதியரசர்களால் இந்த மாமன்றத்தில் நீதி பரிபாலனம் செய்யப்பட்டது சரித்திரம். அதேபோல வழக்கறிஞர்களின் வரிசையில் மிஸ்டர் வி எல் எத்திராஜ், டாக்டர் சுவாமிநாதன், சர் பி எஸ் சிவசுவாமி ஐயர், மிஸ்டர் எஸ் ஸ்ரீனிவாச ஐயங்கார், ஸ்ரீ அல்லாடி கிருஷ்ணசாமி ஐயர், ஸ்ரீ வி கே டி சாரி அண்ட் ஸ்ரீ எஸ் கோவிந்த் சுவாமிநாதன் ஆகிய தலை சிறந்த வழக்கறிஞர்களும், மிஸ்டர் ஏர்லி நாட்டன் மற்றும் நியூஜன் கிராண்ட் போன்ற தலை சிறந்த ஆங்கிலேய வழக்கறிஞர்களும் இந்த மாமன்றத்தில் செயல்பட்டு வந்தார்கள். தமிழகத்தைச் சேர்ந்த ஸ்ரீ கே சுப்பாராவ், ஸ்ரீ என் ராஜகோபால் ஐயங்கார், ஸ்ரீ கோவிந்த மேனன், மிஸ்டர் டி எல் வெங்கட்ராமையர், மிஸ்டர் பசந்தலி சாத்தியா ஆகியோர் தன்னிகரற்ற வழக்கறிஞர்களாக திகழ்ந்து உயர்நீதிமன்றம் மற்றும் உச்ச நீதிமன்றத்தில் பேரும் புகழோடும் நீதி பரிபாலனம் செய்து வந்தனர். இந்த மாமன்றத்தின் 100 விழா நடத்திய போது துவக்க உரையாற்றிய முன்னாள் இந்திய ஜனாதிபதி மேதகு டாக்டர் சர்வபள்ளி ராதாகிருஷ்ணன் இந்த நீதிமன்றத்தை பற்றி சொன்ன கருத்துக்களை நினைவுகூர விரும்புகின்றேன். அவர் சொன்னது, These three, the executive, legislature and although most important is the judiciary. The executive initiates legislation, the legislature frames laws and regulations, and the judiciary has to interpret them. It has to find out whether these laws are in accordance with the Constitution. There is a special provision which authorizes the judiciary to sit in judgment even over legislative measures. It therefore follows that the functions we have assigned to the legislature being of far-reaching quality, the successful working of the judicial system is the only surest guarantee we have of any kind of security in a state. அதேபோல உச்ச நீதிமன்ற தலைமை நீதிபதி ஜஸ்டிஸ் பிபி சின்ஹா அதாவது the Madras High Court along with the High Courts of Bombay and Calcutta have established great traditions of judicial independence, fearless and impartial administration of justice in their respective jurisdictions. Your High Court made a significant contribution to the highest courts, namely the Privy Council, the Federal Court and the Supreme Court of this country. Sir C. Madhavan Nair was elevated to the Judicial Committee of the Privy Council. Sir S. Vardachari distinguished himself as a judge of the Federal Court, and Sri M. Pathanchali Sastri came to occupy a distinguished seat of the Federal Court and later on the Supreme Court, of which he became Chief Justice in succession to the first Indian Chief Justice, the late Sir Harilal Khania. Amongst the very distinguished members of the bar of your court, I personally knew Sir S. Srinivas Iyengar and Sri Alladi Krishnasamy Iyer, who came to Bihar in very many important litigations. இது நம் மாமன்றத்தின் புகழுக்கு ஒரு ஆணித்தரமான அச்சாரமாக அமைந்தது. அதேபோல அவர்கள் சர் வி பாஷிபையங்கார் அவர்களை பற்றி கூறியதை நாம் நினைவுக்கு கொண்டு வருவது அவசியமாகும். I think I am right in my impression that Sir V. Bashimayangar was the first Indian Advocate General of a High Court in the whole of India. அதேபோல அவர்கள் நமது வழக்கறிஞர்களை பற்றி சொன்ன கூற்று எக்காலத்திற்கு பொருத்தமாக உள்ளது. The highly intellectual quality of your bar, I suppose, accounts for the early breaking of the monopoly of leading practice at the bar of your High Court, enjoyed for some time. So much so that the special preserve of the members of the English bar, the original side of the High Court was dominated by Indian members of the bar. இந்த பழைய நினைவுகளை மனதில் அசை போட்டு நிற்கின்ற பொழுது 1975ஆம் ஆண்டு ஆகஸ்ட் 20ஆம் தேதி வழக்கறிஞராக பதிவு செய்து இந்த உயர்நீதிமன்றத்தில் என்னை நானே இணைத்துக் கொண்டேன். பிறகு நான் கண்கூடாக பார்த்து உணர்ந்து மற்றும் இந்த நீதிமன்றத்தில் எனது கட்சிக்காரர்களுக்காக வாதாடிய போதும் பின்னர் நீதிபதியாக பணி செய்த காலத்திலும் என்னுடைய சொந்த அனுபவத்தில் நான் சந்தித்த நீதிபதிகளையும் பெரும் வழக்கறிஞர்களை பற்றியும் சொல்லியாக வேண்டும். நான் வழக்கறிஞராக பணியாற்றிய காலத்தில் தலைமை நீதிபதியாக இருந்த ஹானரபிள் ஜஸ்டிஸ் கே வீராசாமி அவர்கள், ஹானரபிள் ஜஸ்டிஸ் ராம் பிரசாத் ராவ் அவர்கள், ஜஸ்டிஸ் பி எஸ் கைலாசம் அவர்கள், ஜஸ்டிஸ் எம் எம் இஸ்மாயில் அவர்கள், ஜஸ்டிஸ் எஸ் வரதராஜன், ஜஸ்டிஸ் எஸ் நடராஜன், ஜஸ்டிஸ் ரத்னவேல் பாண்டியன், ஜஸ்டிஸ் வி ராமசுவாமி, ஜஸ்டிஸ் டி ராஜு, ஜஸ்டிஸ் கோலகிருஷ்ணன், ஜஸ்டிஸ் மோகன் போன்ற நீதிபதிகள் முன்பு வழக்காடி சரித்திர புகழ் வாய்ந்த இந்த நீதிமன்றத்தின் பெருமையை தொடர்ந்து நிலைநாட்டிய அந்த சரித்திர புகழ் வாய்ந்த நீதிபதிகளின் பெருமையை உணர்ந்து இன்று வரை அதை மனதில் நினைத்து பெருமைப்படுகின்றேன். இதே நீதிமன்றத்தில் மாவட்ட முனிசிப்பாக பணியில் சேர்ந்து உயர்நீதிமன்ற நீதிபதியாக சேர்ந்த எனது தகப்பனார் நீதியரசர் எம் ஃபக்கீர் முகமது அவர்களையும் நினைவு கூர்கின்றேன். அதேபோல வழக்கறிஞராகிய திருவாளர்கள் எம் கே நம்பியார், திரு மோகன் குமாரமங்கலம் அவர்கள், கேசவ ஐயங்கார் அவர்கள், திரு கே பராசரன் அவர்கள், திரு எம் ஆர் நாராயணசாமி அவர்கள், திரு ஜி ராமசாமி அவர்கள், திரு வி பி ராமன் அவர்கள், திரு சிதம்பரம் அவர்கள் போன்ற தலக்குகளை மாமன்றத்தில் நடத்திய அனுபவம் நீங்கா நினைவில் நிற்கின்றது. பின்னர் நான் நீதிபதியாக பணியாற்றிய 11 ஆண்டு காலத்தில் தற்பொழுது மூத்த வழக்கறிஞர்களாக திகழ்ந்து வரும் ஆர் கிருஷ்ணமூர்த்தி அவர்கள், ஏ எல் சோமயாஜி அவர்கள், மாசிலாமணி அவர்கள், ஆர் காந்தி அவர்கள், PS ராமன் அவர்கள், அரவிந்த் தத்தார், NR சந்திரன், இன்னும் என்னால் நேரமின்மையால் எல்லோருடைய பெயரையும் சொல்ல இயலாத நிலையில் இருக்கின்றேன். தயவு செய்து என்னை மன்னிக்க கோருகின்றேன். இந்த நீதிமன்றத்தில் 1075ஆம் ஆண்டிற்கு பிறகு வெளிமாநிலங்களில் இருந்து வந்து இந்த நீதிமன்றத்தின் நீதிபதியாக மற்றும் தலைமை நீதிபதியாக பணியாற்றிய ஹானரபிள் ஜஸ்டிஸ் A.D. கோஷல், ஹானரபிள் ஜஸ்டிஸ் கோவிந்தன் நாயர், ஹானரபிள் ஜஸ்டிஸ் M.N. சந்துர்கர், ஹானரபிள் ஜஸ்டிஸ் சிர்புர்கர், ஹானரபிள் ஜஸ்டிஸ் ஜெய்சிம் பாபு, ஜஸ்டிஸ் மார்க்கண்டே காட்ஜு மற்றும் தற்போது இருக்கும் ஹானரபிள் ஜஸ்டிஸ் P. சதாசிவம், ஹானரபிள் ஜஸ்டிஸ் A.K. கங்குலி, ஹானரபிள் ஜஸ்டிஸ் H.L. கோக்லே, ஹானரபிள் ஜஸ்டிஸ் H.A. முகாபாத்யா போன்ற நீதிபதிகள் இந்த உயர்நீதிமன்றத்தில் பணியாற்றியதையும் அவர்களோடு இணைந்து நானும் பணியாற்றியதை எனக்கு கிடைத்த அரிய பொக்கிஷமாக கருதுகின்றேன். என்னோடு இணைந்து நீதிபதிகளாக உயர்ந்து இந்த நியமிக்கப்பட்டு பணியாற்றிய ஜஸ்டிஸ் முருகேசன் அவர்கள், ஜஸ்டிஸ் ரவிராஜ பாண்டியன் அவர்கள், ஜஸ்டிஸ் பிரபாஸ்ரேவன் அவர்களையும் நினைவு கூர்கின்றேன். இந்த வரலாற்றை மனதில் இருத்தி இனிவரும் காலங்களில் இளைய வழக்கறிஞர் சமுதாயம் நமது முன்னோர்களின் வழியினை பின்பற்றி இந்த உயர்நீதிமன்றத்தின் பெருமையை நிலைநாட்ட வேண்டும் என்று சொல்லி அனைவருக்கும் எனது மன வாழ்த்துக்களை நன்றியும் தெரிவித்து சிறப்புரையை நிறைவு சென்றுகிறேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
When this great chartered High Court steps into its 150th year, it has at its helm a humble and humane person with a profound knowledge of the law. May I invite the Honorable Chief Justice of the Madras High Court to deliver the presidential address.
தமிழ் மக்களுக்கும் தமிழ் மனுக்கும் வணக்கம். My Lord, Honorable Justice Altamas Kabir, Honorable Justice Sadasivam, Honorable Justice A.K. Ganguly, Honorable Justice Mukhopadhyay, Honorable Justice Gokhale, the judges of the Supreme Court of India, my brother Justice Khalifullah, Chief Justice, Jammu and Kashmir High Court, the Honorable the Law Minister, respected former judges of the Supreme Court, Justice S. Natarajan, Justice Ratnavel Pandian, V. Ramaswamy, S. Mohan, Duraiswamy Raju, my esteemed brother Dharmarao, Justice Murugesan, other esteemed brother and sister judges, former judges of this court, respected K. Parasaran, Mr. Mohan Parasaran, the very enthusiastic office bearers, the President and the Secretary of the Advocate Association, the Madras Bar Association, Women Lawyers Association, the Madurai Advocate Association, Registrar General, Member of the Registry, all the learned senior members of the Bar, other legal fraternity, staff members, I welcome all of you. Let me recall the words of the then Governor of Madras, Venlock, while handing over the key of the High Court building to the then Chief Justice, Justice Sir Arthur Collins. And I quote, I have pleasure in handing you the key as a token that the building has been entrusted to your hand by the government, in full confidence that the administration of justice will be carried on with the ability and integrity that has always marked the Madras High Court. And we may look forward for many years to come with the full knowledge and full satisfaction that the best years of your lives will be devoted to carrying on one of the noblest work, the uninterrupted administration of justice. And I unquote. I do not have even the slightest imagination that I will be warranted to take over the coveted mantle of Chief Justice of Madras till destiny decide in my favor. I am privileged to be the current successor of the key. The trust and the confidence reposed by our forefather, and I hope that I will be able to fulfill such aspiration and continue the jubilant march of this High Court. The High Court of Judicature at Madras has a laudable history, being one of the 3 chartered High Court in India, established under the British Royal Charter. It is the first and the only one chartered High Court established in South India with maritime jurisdiction from merging together the Supreme Court of Judicature at Madras and the Sadar Diwani Adalat. Being the chartered High Court, it enjoys its premier position. The High Court of laudable history has been presided over by eminent judges, very eminent and leading legal luminaries. The law legends have practiced here. Even now, the Madras Bar Association and the High Court Advocate Association consist of many legal luminaries. It is a great pleasure and learning to hear their arguments. It is because of this the High Court of Judicature at Madras and the members of the bar enjoy high reputation. Our Honorable the Chief Guest, Justice Kabir, has been the Honorable Executive Chairman of National Legal Services Authority and is spreading the efforts of widening the access to justice to the vulnerable and weaker section of the society. Similarly, Honorable Justice P. Sadasivam, son of the soil, has been burdened to spread legal awareness and literacy to the downtrodden people of the country through paralegal volunteers. The other 3 honorable judges of the Supreme Court, Justice A.K. Ganguly, Justice Gokhale, and Justice Mukhopadhyay, the preeminent status of Madras High Court and our contribution to the legal world of India. Though it is a sheer coincidence that we choose to inaugurate the interlock celebration of 150 years of our High Court on this day, 26th November, the Law Day, let us rededicate ourselves to the ideas to which it stands for. Even while celebrating the past, we should set our sight on the promising future we are looking for. To commemorate this occasion, we have decided to launch e-filing of cases to enable the litigants to knock at the door of the High Court even from their desktop. To connect the High Court, a special website will be launched today so that the world would keep abreast of the programs, achievement and contribution of the High Court during sesquicentennial celebration. Out of large mass standing in the queue seeking for justice, my priority would be to focus on those who are standing without leg. That is, to consider the cases of motor accident victims, with a special reference to cases of death and permanent disablement. In fact, preliminary steps have been already taken, and the detail collected indicate that more than 1,25,000 cases are pending. During this 1-year celebration, I will request our civil judges to dispose of all those pending cases within 1 year and bring zero pendency before concluding the ceremony of this celebration. Then we can say that our 150-year celebration successfully ended. Similarly, as the Chief Justice of India, I have received a letter. He is also concerned with the cases under the Negotiable Instruments Act. Here, about 75,000 cases are pending. We also pledge today that our judicial officers will bring zero pendency within 1 year of this celebration, so that on the concluding day we shall announce it. I thank the brother and sister judges of Madras High Court for having taken great efforts to make the function a great success. In commemoration of this memorable occasion, I thought of giving some gift to the officers and staff of this High Court, considering their sincere work. I am glad to announce that when it was suggested to the government to sanction a gift to the extent of one increment to every staff, the government agreed on principle and a letter to that effect has been issued. I am thankful to the Chief Minister and the state government for showing their magnanimity. While doing something to our staff, I thought to give some joy to the lawyers, and therefore, with great pleasure, I announce that in commemoration of this great event, name board shall also be installed in the foregate of the High Court of Madras, both in Tamil and English. Madras High Court, Madras Urinidhi Mandaram. And this will be the although you did not demand, but it was my desire that why not in 4 gates of the Madras High Court, both Tamil and English plates should be there. Last but not the least, in this inauguration of 150-year celebration, I should thank one and all whose contribution made this event a great success, particularly the architect of the theme song headed by Veeramuthu. I also thank all the office bearers of the associations, the senior advocates, the respected seniors, respected former judges of the Supreme Court, and my brother and sister judges. Having set the essential plan, I would pray, my Lord, the honorable judges of the Supreme Court. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. As a forerunner of these celebrations, a state-level essay writing competition for the students of law had been organized by the High Court in association with the Tamil Nadu Dr. Ambedkar Law University, both in English and Tamil. The winners of the competition in English are Ms. Priyanka, Mr. Ponvendan, Ms. Betsy Tabitha. And the winners in Tamil are Ms. Muthuselvi, Ms. Velangali Ammal and Ms. Jayan. We thank the Vice Chancellor of the University, Mr. Vijay Kumar, for this effort. We now have His Lordship Justice S.J. Mukhopadhyay, Judge, Supreme Court of India, awarding the certificates to these students. His Lordship Justice Mukhopadhyay, known for his fairness and patience, will now say a few words.
Good morning to all of you. My Lord, Justice Altamas Kabir, Judge of the Honorable Supreme Court. My Lord, Justice P. Sadasivam, Judge of the Honorable Supreme Court. My Lord, Justice A.K. Ganguly. My Lord, Justice H.L. Gokhale, both my former Chief Justice and now Judge of the Honorable Supreme Court. My Iqbal was brother since the brotherhood is since Patna, then Jharkhand, and now here also the Chief Justice of this High Court. Brother Justice F.M. Kalifullah, the Chief Justice of Jammu and Kashmir High Court. Brother L.P. Dharma Rao, Brother D. Murugesan, brother and sister judges, the former Supreme Court judges and former judges of this High Court, great High Court, Mr. N. Paranjati, Minister of Law, Learned Advocate General, senior advocates, advocates, my friends, members of the registry, officers and staffs of the Madras High Court, dignitaries of the state government, other officials, ladies and gentlemen, I am really delighted to be with you in this 150th inaugural session of the Madras High Court, the great High Court. I feel that I was lucky that I was posted here. I was in this High Court for about 3 years, 3 months. And from I learned a lot from this great High Court. I was just looking into the history, how the legacy of the Madras High Court started. So I'll not start it from 1862. Let me go back a little bit ahead, far. During the rule of East India Company, the company's court proved ineffective. And so East India Company made a representation to the king for a need of a competent power and authority at Madras, Bombay and Calcutta. And then for trying the civil cases and criminal offence, a charter was issued on 24th of September 1726 for a mayor's court. So this is how mayor's court started. Mayor court was also not functioning in the proper manner, was not dispensing the justice in the manner it should have done. So for the first time, the British Parliament asserted its authority and control over the East India Company and activities both in India and England, enacting Statute 13 of 1773, commonly known as the Regulating Act. This statute also empowered the Crown to establish Supreme Court of Judicature in lieu of Mayor Court. So at Fort William at Calcutta, it started and then followed by Madras, Supreme Court at Madras and Supreme Court at Bombay. By Charter of George III, dated 20th February 1798, records courts were established both at Madras and Bombay, with jurisdiction similar to the Court of King's Bench in England, as far as circumstances would admit. The records courts were to the courts of record, and appeal lay from the decision of the Privy Council. The records court, which had been set up at Madras, was established by Government of India Act 1800.
which provided for establishment of a Supreme Court as a court of record-like jurisdiction and same power and subject to the same restriction as the Supreme Court of Fort William at Calcutta was there. The charter of the Supreme Court as Madras was granted on 26th of December 1801. Clause 23 conferred upon the Supreme Court all powers possessed by Mayor's Court and Records Courts. So whatever the Mayor Courts provided with the Supreme Court. On becoming governor, the Mount Elphinstone, he constituted a committee, and on 1st January 1827, 26 regulations were submitted by the committee, commonly known as Elphinstone Code, which were passed and came into force on 1st of September. The judicial system recognized the Sadar Court and replaced by the Sadar Adalat. From 1852, the Parliament Committee of East Indian Affairs in England was considering a proposal to consolidate the Supreme and Sadar Court into one court. So it is 1852, they decided to go for one court in place of Supreme Court and Sadar Courts in each of the three presidencies of Bengal, Madras and Bombay. Then, in the interest of public administration justice, and meanwhile, the Sipahi Mutiny, which took place in 1857, that actually led to passing of the Government of India Act 1858, by which all rights and relation of the government vested with the British India, the East India Company. His power was taken away by the British India. Then 1858 Act, however, did not make any provision for setting up a new court. An act for this purpose was passed by the British Parliament in 1861, that is Indian High Court Act 1861. This is referred in the judgment of the Honorable Supreme Court as the Chartered Act. The 1861 Indian High Court Act is the Chartered Act. Under it, Crown was authorized to issue letters patent or charters for the purpose of erecting an established High Court of Judicature at Fort William in Bengal, at Madras and Bombay. So under this charter, only 3 high courts were to be issued. And upon the letters patent being issued and High Court for Presidency being established under Section 8 of the Act, Supreme Court of Judicature and Sadar Diwani Adalat and Sadar Fauzdari Aladat of the Presidency, in persons of the power conferred by Indian High Court Act 1861, letters patent were issued. On May 14, 1862, establishing High Court of Judicature at Fort William in Bengal. Then on 26th of June 1862, establishing Bombay High Court and Madras High Court. In the dispatch letter of 26th of June 1862, which was sent, they referred to as the letter of patent and charter. Hence the Indian High Court Act 1861 is commonly referred to as Chartered Act, and the 3 high courts as Calcutta, Madras and Bombay as Chartered High Court. This history I just tried to trace out because I was posted in this High Court and I was there and I felt great that I was posted in this High Court having the legacy since I will be saying 1700 and odd. I can give my experience of 3 years, 3 months. The best of the judges I have seen in the High Court, best of the lawyers from whom I got the assistance. I am telling you, my experience, which I have enriched here from senior lawyers, from other advocates, is now beneficial to me, and I am utilizing now in the Apex Court. Thank you all for giving this opportunity, and I am really proud to be a part of you, or thousands of faces which are here. Almost all of you are known to me, and I am really delighted to be within you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. As history is being created today, in memory of this event, a commemorative plaque has been designed, and it gives me great pleasure in requesting His Lordship, Justice H.L. Gokhale, Judge, Supreme Court of India, to unveil the plaque. Known for his finesse and diplomacy in handling adverse situations, Justice Gokhale had earned a place in our hearts. Sir, I now request you to address the gathering.
ಮಾನ್ಭೂಮಿಗೂ ಜಸ್ಟಿಸ್ ಕಬೀರ್ ಅವர்களே, உச்ச நீதிமன்ற மற்றும் உயர் நீதிமன்ற நீதிபதி அவர்களே, ವಕೀಲಗಳೇ, ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳೇ, ಸಹೋದರ ಸಹೋದರಿಗಳೇ, ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ವಣக்கம். நன்றாக தமிழில் பேச முடியாது, அதனால் நான் இங்கிலீஷில் விரும்புகிறேன். It's a great honor for myself and my wife to participate in this function to celebrate the 150 years of this great High Court. For me, it had been a greater honor to have presided over this Chartered High Court as the Chief Justice for a period of over a year. Since I am coming to this court in an official function for the first time after my elevation to the Supreme Court, permit me to go down the memory lane. Just prior to my joining over here as Chief Justice, the High Court had gone through a difficult time. My first task was to see to it that the court functions smoothly. Even before I took my oath, I had a meeting in the Raj Bhavan with my brother and sister judges and also with the members of the bar. I had hardly met any one of them in the past, though I knew names of some of them. But I must say to their credit that all of them were keen that the High Court and the subordinate courts resume a smooth functioning at the earliest. The advocates were keen that their grievances also be redressed as well. After taking over on 9th of March 2009, we held a full court meeting and we decided that from 16th of March will function in a full-fledged way. With a view to look into the grievances of the advocates, we appointed a committee under Brother Ibrahim Khalifullah, and he did an able job. And slowly the court came to normalcy. Prior to my joining over here, the courts had not worked for nearly 2 months. The matters had piled up. The first task, therefore, was to find out where did we stand. And therefore, we went for a physical verification of the case bundles, which exercise had not been taken for a very long time. We found that the matters had piled up to an enormous figure. There was a petition filed in the Supreme Court to find out a way. I appealed to the members of the bar, I appealed to my brother and sister judges, and we increased the working hours by half an hour. And I am very happy to tell that at the end of the year, we actually reduced the pendency from 4,30,000 to 4,10,000. The entire credit goes to my brother and sister judges and the members of the bar. There was one more problem which was awaiting urgent solution. The strength of the High Court had been increased. We suddenly required larger number of court halls. Brother Raviraja Pandian took charge of the situation. 14 new judges were to be sworn in, to whom I gave oath on 31st of March 2009, whereafter we had the highest strength ever in Madras High Court. Undoubtedly, there were difficult situations. Things were not always smooth, but we went on solving the problems one after another. There was a long-standing demand to have a statue of Dr. Ambedkar in the court premises. The full court had already passed a resolution. I am happy that I could fulfill the long-standing expectation of the bar, and the statue of Dr. Ambedkar was unveiled in the High Court campus on 25th of April 2010. I must say most humbly that it was the proudest moment for me as the Chief Justice of this High Court. When I was elected to the Supreme Court and it was time to depart, the Advocate General, Mr. Raman, appropriately described this period in the words of Charles Dickens from Tale of Two Cities. It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. The bar and the bench both acknowledged that whatever possible was done and that I had acquitted myself. Having gone through these experiences, I must say that but it has also equally a very strong bench, equipped in law and well equipped in considering the problems of the litigants. I must also add that the staff of the High Court is equally competent, and so also its administration. The court is known for many great judges who have presided over here. I can't mention all of them. Justice Muthuswamy Iyer, the first Indian judge of this High Court, he was so humble and respectful of the judicial institution that while sitting on the dais, he used to sit without wearing any footwear. Those who visit the High Court and see his statue will definitely notice this. Honorable Justice Patanjali Shastri, who rose from this court to become the second Chief Justice of India, was an expert in Sanskrit, Hindu law and tax law. Honorable Justice Appaji Varadarajan, another judge whom I must mention, one of those very few judges who rose from the position of Munsif up to the Supreme Court, in spite of the fact that in life he faced a number of difficulties which a person from a very difficult social and economic background would face. Honorable Justice Raj Mannar, the first Indian Chief Justice of this High Court, molded the careers of the lawyers and the judges. I must also mention Justice Ismail, Chief Justice Ismail, who translated Kamba Ramayana from Tamil into English. I had the good fortune to meet many of the former judges of this High Court as well as of the Supreme Court, who have contributed to a great extent to this court as well as to the Supreme Court. The judgments are required to be referred time and again. The judgments of this High Court are quoted as precedents in Kerala and Andhra Pradesh High Courts also, since these courts have been created for the territories which once were under the Madras. This court has produced many great lawyers. They are here in this court and they are also in research. They have contributed to the evolution of law. It will not be fair to mention all the names or any particular names. But I am happy that Mr. K. Parasaran is with us, who is almost a Bhishma Pitama of the legal profession. I must also mention M.K. Nambiar, who fought for the civil liberties in A.K. Gopalan versus State of Madras in 1950, and G. Govind Swaminathan, who contributed in saving the basic structure of our constitution by opposing the review of the judgment of the Apex Court in Keshavanand Bharti versus State of Kerala. I may mention that during my tenure, I had the great honor to preside over the functions held in the memory of both these two stalwarts. Today is the Law Day. On this day, we must note that the Indian citizens are fortunate enough that the leaders of our freedom struggle gave us a constitution which declares justice, liberty, equality and fraternity as its objectives and provides for rule of law and protection of laws. With all the amendments that have been brought about, by now some 95, the Constitution of India has survived with its basic structure. It has served the people of India quite well. If we look around, we find that our neighboring countries, also a large number of Afro-Asian and Latin American countries, are struggling to have democratic governments. The economic and social progress through the instrumentality of a democratic government is undoubtedly slow. We have to expedite it. We have got to reduce the inequalities of income, status and opportunity. Our citizens are facing a large number of problems, particularly in the villages and in the crowded areas of the cities. We have millions of people who are struggling to improve their standard of living and getting exasperated. On the other hand, we have the serious problem of people in advantageous positions using the system for wrongful gains and thereby bringing the constitution and the entire system of governance into disrepute. Many of these problems land up in the courts. We have to find out a way through the situation within the constitutional framework as early as possible. Brothers and sisters, while celebrating 150 years of this great High Court, we cannot ignore the litigant who comes to the court and waits patiently for months and sometimes for years together. The litigants are basically interested in an honest and an early resolution of their problems which bring them to the court. They are interested in a just and humane decision, but to render those judgments, you require a better understanding, not merely of law, but also a variety of social factors and a genuine concern for justice. On this occasion, we must also remember our judicial officers who function in the subordinate judiciary. It is undoubtedly true that with the report of Justice Shetty Commission being implemented, a number of problems of the judicial officers have been taken care of. Naturally, there are better expectations from them. However, there are occasions when they also face difficult situations. We must help the subordinate courts. On this occasion, we must also think of the young lawyers and the new entrants in the legal profession. We must encourage them and assure that they will have a bright future in this great High Court. Whether an institution survives effectively and serves the purpose for which it is founded depends on the persons who constitute it and how they conduct themselves. The members of the judicial fraternity, whether they are advocates or they are judges, must remember that the glory of the institution depends upon its smooth functioning and its contribution to the society at large. A cooperation of all sections of the system, namely the judges, the advocates, the staff, and of course the litigants, is necessary for the same. My compliments to the Chief Justice of Madras High Court, to the judges, to the staff and the advocates for organizing this memorable function and wishing them all the best. Madras High Court had a great past and I am sure it will have a greater future. Nandri Vanakkam.
Thank you, sir. As a part of the year-long celebrations, the High Court is launching a special website to showcase the events and contributions. The website travels through history. His Lordship Justice A.K. Ganguly, Judge, Supreme Court of India, will be launching the website. The erudition of His Lordship Justice A.K. Ganguly is reflected in His Lordship's judgments, which are simple, sans verbiose. I request His Lordship to address the gathering.
My learned colleagues on the bench of the Supreme Court, one of my erstwhile colleagues of Madras High Court, presently Chief Justice of Jammu and Kashmir High Court, this is Khalifullah. My erstwhile colleagues of Madras High Court, the present judges of Madras High Court, the former judges of Madras High Court, the leaders of the bar, including Mr. Parasaran, the ladies and gentlemen, the other dignitaries and friends. I am really very, very fortunate. I consider myself extremely fortunate that I am present today in the inaugural function of sesquicentennial celebration of one of the greatest high courts in this country, a chartered high court. It's a great day, a historic moment. Along with celebration which has started today and will continue for a whole year, I think today is not only a day for celebration, today also is a day of introspection, a bit of self-assessment, self-searching, self-criticism as to what we have achieved in the last 150 years. If we look at our institution, this great institution of them from their humble roots, we have to look at the pages of history. 2 years are very significant. One is in the history of judiciary in India. One is 1857. Justice Mukhopadhyay has referred to it, which was the year when the rebellion, the Sepoy mutiny, was tackled by the Britishers, and which is called by some of the historians, and the other year is all known to you very much, 1947. In between, several decades have passed. Now, what is the importance of 1857? You see that our present system of jurisprudence, the concept of a high court, the concept of several laws came into existence immediately after 1857, when Queen Victoria assumed the governance of India. You see, immediately thereafter came the charters, 1861, and several high courts came into existence. These three presidency towns, Bombay, Calcutta and Madras, alphabetically speaking, had a great deal of importance, great deal of contribution to the development of judicial system in this country, because the Britishers' main centers of establishing the judicial system with which we are familiar today. And if you look at our laws, all our major laws, which are still relevant and current, like Penal Code, Contract Act, Transfer of Property Act, Negotiable Instrument Act, all these major laws, the procedure codes, both civil and criminal, came into existence within about 10 to 15 years of the establishment of the High Court. So the common law system with which we are still governed came into existence during that period. And I would say by an act of providence, or maybe by some turn of history, this Madras High Court was declared open on a very historic day. Then it was not historic. 15th August 1862. In 1862, 15th August was just another day. But 15th August became a day in the history of our nation. I mean, that is the day when India will awake to life and freedom. So that's a historic day. It is on that day, without knowing its importance, this court was declared open. And therefore, from the very beginning of this court, if you look at the history of this court, it has upheld the flame of liberty and freedom. In 1922, this Madras High Court, the full bench of the Madras High Court, in Govindan Nayar's case, for the first time declared that the writ of habeas corpus is available to the people, to the entire people of the state. Previously, the writ of habeas corpus was kept confined by the Britishers only to those who are residents in the original site jurisdiction of these three chartered high courts. Because the reason being this, that normally the Britishers used to stay in these areas within the original site jurisdiction of these chartered high courts. So these writs were made available only to these residents. But Madras High Court, full bench of Madras High Court, in Govindan Nayar for the first time declared the writ of habeas corpus is available to all the citizens. The writ of habeas corpus, as you know, is one of the ancient writ to secure individual liberty. Though this judgment of Madras High Court was overturned by the Privy Council subsequently in Mathian versus District Magistrate Trivandrum, but the view of Madras High Court was legislatively upheld. When the Criminal Procedure Code was amended and Section 491 of the Code was introduced, you know, prior to the Constitution, under Section 491 of the Criminal Procedure Code, habeas corpus was maintainable. Under that code, it became available to all the people throughout the country. The Madras High Court view was vindicated despite a contrary view was taken by the Privy Council. So this is how Madras High Court, it has justified its being founding day, the day of our national freedom. Now if you talk of habeas corpus writ, I mean, you cannot think of habeas corpus without considering the case of A.K. Gopalan. Habeas corpus matter which was considered by the Supreme Court, which went from Madras High Court. In any discussion of personal liberty, individual freedom, our constitutional jurisprudence is incomplete without reference to the decision of A.K. Gopalan. Though the Gopalan view has been reversed by Supreme Court later on, that's a different question. But A.K. Gopalan's decision is the starting point of our fight for civil liberties. And it's also the starting point of expansion of constitutional jurisprudence of this country. I'll try to show, by reference to some cases, how the constitutional jurisprudence in our country was developed by this Madras High Court. I have told you that these are two dates. One is 1857, the other is 1947. 1857 we get the common law network of our country, the jurisprudence which we are having. But there's one thing was missing. Between the common law jurisprudence of our country and the constitutional law. The common law jurisprudence gave us a rule of law. But the dignity of the individual, the due process of law, which is the hallmark of our constitutional jurisprudence, was not there. The first principle in our constitution is individual liberty, individual dignity, which was not there in the pre-independence day legal network. That is why I think Professor Roscoe Pound has called this kind of law as an era of glorified policing. There is rule of law, but what is called as due process of law, that law has to be just, fair and reasonable. This concept which has been developed and which is the starting point of this debate is A.K. Gopalan's case. This is the starting point, though it was not developed, but the seeds of this doctrine was there. So that is how the Madras High Court has made a signal contribution to the development of our constitutional jurisprudence in the country. Next comes the case of Ramesh Thapar. Though Ramesh Thapar's case did not originate in Madras High Court, but the whole thing originated in Madras. What happened? There was a newspaper which was published in Bombay. That newspaper was not allowed to be entered in Madras. The matter was directly challenged before Supreme Court in the case of Ramesh Thapar, and this is the first case under Article 32. First case under Article 32. And the judgment was delivered by a judge of Madras High Court, Justice Patanjali Shastri. A very eminent, very important questions were raised. The then Attorney General, Mr. Sittalwad, argued, why don't you go to Madras High Court and file 226? Justice Patanjali Shastri, speaking for the bench, repelled that argument. That article and laid down the importance of Article 32. And that is the first judgment upholding press freedom. Our entire democratic fabric today is based on the bedrock of these judgments. Press freedom of the press. You see, under Article 19(1)(a), press freedom is not mentioned. What is mentioned is the freedom of speech and expression. From that wording of freedom of speech and expression, Justice Patanjali Shastri read into it by his historical pronouncement the seeds of press freedom, and which is still the good law, still holding the field. The next, that one of Champaikar Durai Rajan, where the question was the right of admission to medical and engineering colleges. The Supreme Court laid down the interrelationship between this case also came from Madras High Court, laid down the interrelationship between directive principles of state policy and the fundamental right. The Supreme Court held that directive principle of state policy is subservient to fundamental right, though now we have changed that attitude a little, but that is the first judgment where this interrelationship between the two was discussed. The next judgment of great importance is that of V.G. Rao versus State of Madras. Here the right to form association, another very basic fundamental right, came into question. And this Madras High Court upheld that right, and Supreme Court also upheld the same. And that law is still valid law. So I would say that in the initial days of our constitutional jurisprudence, of which we are very proud, and which is one of the best, if I may say so, jurisprudence in the world, and various other countries are following us, the foundations of this jurisprudence were laid in this High Court. Therefore, 15th August unknowingly has a significance. Sometimes many things happen which you do not know why it happened. Maybe it was said that the words of Nehru, that when the whole world is asleep, we will rise to life and freedom. So the whole world did not know the importance of 15th August, but on that day, this court was established. So this is a court of liberty. This is a court of freedom. If I may conclude my address to you by quoting what was said on when this court celebrated 100 years of its existence. This was said by a great Chief Justice of this court, by Dr. P.V. Rajaramanna, the first permanent Chief Justice of Madras High Court for about 13 years. I say this for the benefit of all of us. I quote the Chief Justice Rajaramanna. What are the special traditions of Madras High Court, which have been built up during the last 100 years? To my mind, they are the following: legal erudition, an acumen of very high order, remarkable intellectual subtlety, and an extensive and exhaustive knowledge of case laws not only of India but of foreign countries. Of course, there are other traditions which it shares with all the high courts, of fairness and impartiality, of independence and freedom from bias. I can tell you that within 6 months of my stint here, I tried to uphold this tradition. I am sure my successor, the present Chief Justice, Iqbal, is doing the same thing. And I hope when somebody will meet, I may not be here, they will be meeting for 200 years celebration of this, the tradition will remain the same. Nanri Banakam.
Thank you, sir. To mark this momentous occasion, the High Court has come up with a special logo. The Indian tricolour has been beautifully woven into the national emblem alongside the blindfolded goddess of justice and the pen. Justice P. Sadasivam, Judge Supreme Court of India, would release the special logo. His strong sense of justice and benevolence is reflected in His Lordship's judgment, and it gives me immense pleasure in requesting His Lordship to deliver the keynote address.
Honorable Mr. Justice Altamas Kabir, Justice Ganguly, Justice Gokhale, Justice Mohabbatia, my esteemed colleagues and judges of the Supreme Court, Honorable Mr. Justice M.I. Iqbal, Chief Justice of the Madras High Court, Honorable Mr. Justice Ibrahim Khalifullah, Chief Justice Jammu Kashmir, High Court, Honorable Justice L.P. Dharmarao and Justice Murugesan, Honorable Judges of the Madras High Court, Mr. Paranjodi, Minister of Law, Courts, Prisons, Government of Tamil Nadu, Honorable former Judges of the Supreme Court, present Judges of the High Court, former Judges of the High Court, Mr. Navanitha Krishnan, Advocate General of Tamil Nadu, other distinguished invitees, ladies and gentlemen. I have a great pleasure in associating myself with the Madras High Court sesquicentennial celebrations 1862 to 2012. 150th anniversary of Madras High Court is a day of commemoration and celebration of heritage which lasted more than a century, although it still continues to hold its charm and rigor of a new institution. This anniversary is memorable for various reasons: for the century-old legacy, for its architecture, for its unique culture, for its decade of wisdom, for producing finest lawyers, legal luminaries. I feel privileged and honored to be part of these memories when I look back fondly on my practice from 1973 to 1995 in this High Court, which molded me to a person I am today. It reminds me the great legacy that British have left us, a legacy of which Mahatma Gandhi, father of nation, was always proud of, which is our judicial institutions. It should be the first and foremost duty of every Indian to respect and follow judicial traditions, old judicial traditions in word and spirit, and it is only by doing so that these institutions continued by present Indian constitution protected and preserved. Just I will trace some history because earlier speakers have already conveyed how we started this court has started and how developed. They mentioned legal luminaries. On my part, I will cut short those factual details, but I will go back to 1600. The roots of legal system in India date back to December 31st, 1600, when Queen Elizabeth gave a royal charter to Governor and Company of Merchants of London training in East Indias. The various successive royal charters gave Governor and the Company the power to make laws, orders, ordinances, constitutions, and establish courts that might be necessary for the right and proper governance of the country. In 1687, the East India Company Charter, which gave power to company to establish the Corporation of Madras with a mayor, later mayor's court was established with a recorder, which had limited powers. This later gave way to the Supreme Court of Judicature established in Madras. The serious changes took place over years, and when Queen Victoria took over rule of India after 1857, Sipai Mutiny, the British Parliament passed the Indian High Courts Act 1861, establishing High Courts in 3 presidency towns of Bombay, Calcutta and Madras. The Madras High Court acquired very high reputation for quality both of its bench and bar. The great judges, barristers, both English and native, who served in this great High Court have passed into their long account, but their contributions to the building of this institution are reflected in many volumes of their luminous decisions and arguments contained in the one passage from Justice Dr. P.V. Rajamannar, of course, is a different passage which Justice Ganguly has mentioned. The first permanent Chief Justice of Madras High Court, about 13 years, from 1948 to 1961, said the following on the occasion of centenary celebration of the High Court. I quote, "The High Court in the larger sense is not merely a collection of judges, it is an institution of which the bench and the bar, and I would add the public, are all integral parts, with its own tradition and ideals which have inspired them," unquote. There are numerous special traditions which the Madras High Court has accumulated over 150 years. To begin with, the High Court still adheres to the tradition of colonial High Court, as the Madras High Court judges are still led by orderlies who bear a ceremonial mace made of silver, whom accost the judges to and from the chambers and the bench. The High Court is just not known for its eminent luminaries and tradition, it embraces an aesthetic value too. I feel proud to call that the Madras High Court is the largest judicial building in the world after the courts at London. It is also a good example of Indo-Saracenic style and was inaugurated on 15th August 1862, and after its initial functioning at present Chennai Collectorate, it moved to the present campus in 1892. And I am not going to refer, though I have prepared several instances how the leading judges, their judgments, leading personalities, but since my earlier speakers have highlighted, I am not going to refer the same once again. But undoubtedly the Madras High Court is the first in many respects. Among the High Courts, you know very well, it is the first High Court whose judges have declared their assets and put it up at the official website. The judiciary here represents wider cross sections of society compared with many High Courts in India. I am going to repeat. The judiciary here represents wider cross sections of society compared with many High Courts in India. I hope the audience will understand what I meant. The Madras High Court also tops in the rate of disposal of cases in India. The record created by the Madras High Court is unassailable. In 2007, evening courts were introduced in order to reduce the pendency. Introduction of evening courts is a milestone in the history of judiciary, and it has proved to be a valuable tool in achieving timely justice and reducing pendency. The credit goes to the efforts taken by the present Chief Justice. The High Court Legal Services Committee has been organizing Lok Adalats twice a week. Apart from motor accident appeals and other categories of cases like writs, matrimonial appeals, land acquisition cases are also taken up and settled in Lok Adalat. The Tamil Nadu experience is treated as a role model for the rest of the country. This court is also pioneered in establishing mediation and conciliation. The Tamil Nadu Mediation and Conciliation Center was inaugurated on 9th April 2005 as a part of the Madras High Court. It is the first center of its kind in the country which is set up and housed in the court to handle court-referred cases. The center trains lawyers, former judges, and retired judicial officers as mediators and administrators as a scheme while dealing with the cases referred by courts for mediation. The Madras High Court has strengthened the mediation center with strong infrastructure support, the functioning of the center at Madras High Court and its efficiency have been recognized throughout the country, and a team of lawyers from Madras High Court Mediation Center has trained mediators for the High Court of Delhi, Allahabad, to enable them to set up similar mediation centers. Process of judicial administration know very well that 49 fast-track courts created under the scheme of Government of India are doing laudable work for the disposal of cases. But, however, the Government of India conveys its inability to continue these fast-track courts. Thanks to the state government for extending its help and their timely action, all 49 fast-track courts as permanent courts, and because of the initiation by the state government, now 49 new district judges posts have been included after assumption of office as Chief Justice. Justice M.O. Iqbal launched the first holiday family court to provide flexible timings for the litigants. This de novo initiative has been received well by the common public and the office-goer segments of the litigants in particular. If anyone glanced through the annual report published for the year 2010 and 2011 by the High Court, everyone will agree that it is this court which is pioneer in all aspects. The Judicial Academy now functioning at Chennai is a landmark for the judicial officers of this state for getting regular training and inputs from the judges of the High Court and other legal experts from the members of the bar. Taking note of the fact that the judicial officers have to participate from faraway places and to lessen the inconvenience being caused to the district judiciary, the present Chief Justice recently laid a foundation for 2 regional judicial academies, one at Madurai and another at Coimbatore, to cover the extreme south and west respectively. Last month, the Tamil Nadu State Judicial Office, Southern State Judicial Officers Conference, which interacted many problems being faced by the judiciary, particularly the district judicial officers. In that conference, Chief Justice M.O. Iqbal, who is always evincing more interest for the district judiciary and the infrastructure in courts, announced several measures for the benefits of judicial officers. The High Court is the birthplace of organized legal reporting in India. The legal journals coming from this state reporting not only the decisions of this court but also the High Court and several important decisions of other high courts. The contribution of this court to the development of law is enormous. If anyone glanced through these legal journals, it will be evident that landmark judgments have been pronounced in all fields by this court. One of the editorial committee judge of the annual report 2010 and 11, my esteemed brother Justice S. Nagamuthu, has highlighted 56 important judgments delivered by this court in 2010 and 2011 in all branches of law. I hope this annual report 2010 and 11 may be available in the website. I hope so. As another milestone in the history of this High Court, a permanent bench of the High Court was constituted at Madurai with a maximum strength of 12 judges, and the bench was inaugurated on July 24th, 2004 by the then Chief Justice of India, Honorable Mr. Justice R.C. Lahoti. The Madras Bar lent its luminance to the legal firemen by sending up outstanding personalities to New Delhi. To name few, because every day I am hearing the arguments of just Mr. Prasaran and Mr. Venugopal, and I had no opportunity to hear the arguments of G. Ramasamy at Delhi. Though I had an opportunity, I heard him here, and many others. Each had a distinct style. I am referring Mr. Parasaran and Mr. Venugopal, and they coursed their journeys in their respective ascendant professional graphs by their sheer brilliance. The performance of the judiciary is just judged both by the number of persons using the system, by number of persons to whom it bears fruit. Litigation has been on increase year by year, and it can certainly be taken to be an indication of the faith that the people have given repose on the judiciary. The strength of the judges in the Madras High Court was fixed at 20 in the year 1911. At that time, the strength was only 20, when the total number of cases filed into the High Court was not even 100 of what it is today. Not even 100 what it is today. With the sanctioned strength of 60, the volume of disposal truly reflects the pressure that has actually been taken by the honorable judges. I am personally of the opinion that we need not afraid of arrears or more and more litigations coming to the court. However, my desire and wish to the members of the bar present here to adhere and follow the amendments made to the Civil Procedure Code by the Parliament, particularly various aspects, that is service of summons, filing written statement, and curtailing their unnecessary appointments of arguments, avoiding lengthy arguments, etc. In the same way, I request the members of the bar must utilize the plea bargaining brought in the Criminal Procedure Code, settlement of cases through Lok Adalat, encouraging the litigants to go for mediation and arbitration. Before concluding my speech by another one paragraph, now I want to switch over to my mother tongue with the permission of the chief guest. தமிழில் பேச நான் ஆசைப்படுகிறேன். இங்கே எனக்கு முன் பேசிய மிகச்சிறந்த பேச்சாளர்கள் நீதிபதிகள் இந்த 150 வருட காலத்தில் இந்த உயர்நீதிமன்றத்தில் சிறந்து விளங்கிய நீதிபதிகளையும் வழக்கறிஞரையும் குறிப்பிட்டார்கள். என்னுடைய ஆசை என்னவென்றால், அவர்களுக்கு நாம் கொடுக்கின்ற மரியாதை என்னவென்றால், இங்கே அமர்ந்திருக்கும் வழக்கறிஞர்களும் அமர்ந்திருக்கிற நீதிபதிகளும் என்னையும் சேர்த்து 200 ஆண்டு விழா நடக்கும் பொழுது நம்மை பற்றியும் அதே போல் சொல்ல வேண்டும். நாம் அதற்கு ஏற்றால் போல் நாமும் அவர்களுடைய வழியில் நடக்க வேண்டும் என்பது எனது முதல் ஆசை. அடுத்ததாக, நமது மதிப்பிற்குரிய உயர்நீதிமன்ற தலைமை நீதிபதி அவர்கள் பேசுவதற்கு முன்னால் இங்கே பெயர் பலகையை திறந்து வைத்தார்கள், மெட்ராஸ் ஹைகோர்ட் என்று. எனக்கு அதில் சிறிது வருத்தம் உள்ளது. ஏனென்றால் சென்னை ராஜ்யம் என்பது தமிழ்நாடு என்று மாற்றப்பட்டது. மெட்ராஸ் என்பதை சென்னை என்று மாற்றிவிட்டார்கள். நாம் ஏன் இன்னும் மெட்ராஸ் உயர்நீதிமன்றம் என்று சொல்ல வேண்டும்? அதிலே ஒரு சின்ன சட்ட பிரச்சனை இருக்கிறது. நீங்கள் எல்லாம் அறிந்த ஒன்றுதான், இந்திய அரசியல் சட்டத்தில் கான்ஸ்டிடியூஷன் ஆஃப் இந்தியா மும்பை, பாம்பே, கல்கத்தா, மெட்ராஸ் மூன்றும் ஆரம்பிக்கும் பொழுது அந்த பெயர்களில் தான் ஆரம்பித்தார்கள். அதனால் நீங்கள் எல்லாம் நமது மக்கள் பிரதிநிதிகளிடம் வேண்டி கான்ஸ்டிடியூஷனல் அமெண்ட்மெண்டை கொண்டு வந்தால் அந்த மெட்ராஸ் என்ற இடத்தில் சென்னை உயர்நீதிமன்றம் என்று கூறலாம். என்னால் முடிந்தவரை எனக்கு சந்தர்ப்பம் கிடைக்கும் போது கண்டிப்பாக இதை நான் உரியவர்களிடம் எடுத்துக் கூறுவேன் என்பதை இங்கே தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். Finally, likewise, after the enactment of Information Technology Act 2000 and Information Technology Amendment Act 2008, several new provisions have been inserted in the Indian Evidence Act. I also request the members of the bar as well as the judicial officers either at the district level or in the High Court, to have a thorough knowledge of modern information technology facilities available in this field. Why I am reminding, see, nowadays very big matters are coming to the courts, both in the High Court and in the Supreme Court. Not like those days, one appeal for whole day. For example, இங்கே அமர்ந்திருக்கும் ஐயா பராசன் அவர்கள் நிறைய முறை வந்து பார்த்து சென்று விட்டார்கள். கடந்த ஒரு மாத காலமாக உச்ச நீதிமன்றத்தில் நீங்கள் 5வது கோர்ட்டுக்கு வர சந்தர்ப்பம் கிடைத்திருந்தால், எவ்ரி டியூஸ்டே, வெட்னஸ்டே அண்ட் தர்ஸ்டே ஒரு இப்பொழுதுள்ள உயர்நீதிமன்ற வழக்கிலேயே மிகப்பெரிய வழக்கு ஒன்றை நாங்கள் என்னுடைய கோர்ட்டுகளில் அது நடந்து கொண்டிருக்கிறது. It is the first time we are handling computers, all websites, everything. Judges are provided with handset computers. Our court matters are provided with the computers. First time we have permitted members of the bar to bring their laptop. 6000 பக்கம் உள்ள ஒரு ஸ்பெஷல் கோர்ட் உத்தரவை, கிட்டத்தட்ட 1200 சாட்சிகள் உள்ள ஒரு வழக்கை, 4500 பக்கம் உள்ள ஒரு ஜட்ஜ்மெண்டை அந்த சிபிஐக்காக நடத்தக்கூடிய வழக்கறிஞர் திரு கோபால் சுப்ரமணியம் அவர்கள் ஒரு சின்ன குறுந்தகடில் கொண்டு வருகிறார் கோர்ட்டுக்கு. லேப்டாப் மிகவும் சிறியது. அதை வைத்து 3 வாரமாக நடந்து கொண்டிருக்கிறது. இன்னும் 4 மாதம் ஆகும் என்றும் நாங்கள் எதிர்பார்க்கிறோம். First time we have permitted, of course with several restrictions, to bring laptops inside the Supreme Court. நீங்கள் எல்லாம் அதை தெரிந்து வைத்திருக்க வேண்டும். இந்த வழக்கு எங்கள் நீதிமன்றத்தில் வரும்பொழுது உச்ச நீதிமன்ற பதிவாளர்கள் வந்து, இந்த வழக்கு ஃபைல்களை உங்கள் வீட்டுக்கு அனுப்பி வைக்க முடியாது, அந்த மாதிரி அனுப்பி வைக்க வேண்டும் என்றால் ஒரு தனிய லாரியில் தான் கொண்டு வர வேண்டும் என்றார்கள். அதற்கு பதிலாக 2 சிடியை கொடுத்து விட்டு போனார்கள். நான் பாக்கெட்டிலேயே அதை போட்டுவிட்டு வீட்டுக்கு கொண்டு வந்து விட்டேன். எதற்காக சொல்கிறேன் என்றால், வருங்காலத்தில் இப்படித்தான் இருக்கும். நீங்க unless you are conversant with the modern technology, you cannot cope up with the present litigations. This institution has excelled in its sphere by sheer brilliance and innovative thoughts by the bench and bar. Hence, we have a huge responsibility and expectation to carry forward our legacy. I am sure that the present generation of lawyers will steer this institution towards many more milestones. On this important occasion, I am confident that this institution will moral path walked by our predecessors and attain greater heights to celebrate its 200th anniversary. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. The creator of this sesquicentennial logo is Mr. D. Ravichandran, tutor, Government College of Fine Arts, Chennai. As an expression of our thanks to him, I request His Lordship Justice Sadasivam to honor the artist with a shawl and a memento.
A museum takes us back to the historical past and sends a reminder that the lives of great men all remind us we can make our lives sublime and depart, leaving behind us footprints on the sands of time. Justice Altamas Kabir, Judge, Supreme Court of India, is well known for his incessant advocacy of legal aid and his attempts to bring the judicial system closer to the common man. His Lordship would now lay the foundation stone for the High Court Museum in commemoration of the sesquicentennial celebration and deliver the inaugural address. as a mark of her appreciation. Sorry.
I guess everybody is getting a little jittery, being here from 9:30 onwards. I'm amazed at the patience that you have shown. Imagine 9:30 is now 1:30. 4 hours. Anyway, my dear colleagues from the Supreme Court, the Chief Justice of the Madras High Court, the Minister for Law and Justice, Mr. Paranjyoti, all my brother and sister judges of the Supreme Court, both past and present, judges of the Madras High Court, both past and present, members of the Bar, and all those here who are here today. First of all, my knowledge of Tamil is restricted to a few words. Just now I've learnt another new one from Justice Sadasivam. That is, I used to know Vanakam, but he made me learn Kolai Vanakam. Anyway, a very, very good morning which has passed into the afternoon, all of you. We are here on a very, very special day. We are here to celebrate a day which comes only once in the history of an institution. But before I go into a few more serious words, let me just start on a slightly lighter note. That being, first of all, this is the first time I've seen a foundation stone being laid by a remote control. Secondly, the judges of the Supreme Court who are here, and even the Chief Justice of this court, they have some connection or the other with this court. I am the odd man out. I am not the odd man out. I think I have a connection to this court which goes back 20 years. I had come to visit Madras, now Chennai, in 1990 or 91 after I had been elevated. And I happened to walk into the courtroom as a judge. I was walking around and I came to the courtroom of the Chief Justice, courtroom number 1. Dr. Anand was then the Chief Justice here. He saw me, he stopped the proceedings, he brought a third chair and he made me sit on the dais with them. So I sat on the Tamil Nadu bench in 1990 or 91. In fact, my connection is closer than all of you. Anyway, now coming back to a little bit more serious things. You've all heard of the history of this court. You've heard of the traditions of this court. All of you know about it. There's no need to remind you. 1862 saw the birth of 3 chartered high courts. First it was Calcutta, then it was Bombay, and then Madras. But Justice Sadasivam did point out 2 things. Not only Justice Sadasivam, but Justice Ganguly also. The significance of the 2 dates, 15th of August, and the famous Tryst with Destiny speech of Justice Nehru, of Pandit Nehru, and 26th of November, which is celebrated as Law Day all over the country. Now, why is 26th November celebrated as Law Day? It is celebrated as Law Day since on that day, in 1949, we, the people of this country, adopted the Constitution. to ensure for ourselves a sovereign, democratic republic. Two words are later added in the preamble by the 42nd Amendment in 1977. One is secular, one is socialist. That made the preamble complete. So now you have a sovereign, democratic, secular, socialist republic. And the object to secure liberty, justice, equality, fraternity. How many people sit to think that this preamble is the soul of the Constitution? It is the soul of everything we stand for. It is the soul of our policies. It is the soul of our very moral ethos. 150 years is a very, very long time in any institution's history. It is a time when possibly we all have to sit down and introspect and think of what has gone before. That is the importance of history. What we have experienced over the years and what is likely to happen in future. I'm speaking on a slightly different note from all the others because all the others have given you the history and what this court has achieved. Two names come to mind. One is what has also been mentioned. That is Madhavan Nair, who became a member of the Judicial Committee of the Privy Council, and Patanjali Shastri, who became the Chief Justice of this country. You have many other people who have been named by first Justice Khalifullah, then all the others. Friends, I am on a slightly different note. I am on a note where we have come to a situation where we have to now think as to how and why our judicial system has suffered to some extent loss of faith in the people as a whole, in the citizens of this country. Why is it? Somebody spoke about the amount of cases. Yes, this is a very, very important aspect. As the arrears go up, it means the number of cases which are disposed of become less and less, and people are bound to get angry. And they have a right to get angry. We have to try and find a way in which we can lessen this anger. We have to try and find a way in which we can see that matters are disposed of early. Now, there's one way. Justice Sadasivan spoke about the alternate dispute resolution mechanism. I used to say about even 6 months ago, or rather 8 months ago, in Madhya Pradesh, they held a mega lok adalat. In one day, 6,17,000 cases were disposed of. It could be any kind of case. Don't clap so quickly, I'll tell you why. On one day, these cases were disposed of. It doesn't matter why, what kind of cases, but 6,17,000 cases went off the board. 2 days ago, Justice Lahoti, who held the first mega lok adalat, phoned me to say that just about 3 or 4 days ago, they had another mega. It was 12.5 lakh cases. Now you can clap. 12.5 lakh cases in one day. This is the importance of the thinking that has gone into and the commitment that has gone into in making it possible to create, to release the pressure. I always refer to this arrears as like a judicial pressure cooker. A pressure cooker, unless there's a safety valve, it is going to burst. And the safety valve is provided by the alternate dispute resolution mechanism. One more thing which I always say is, as far as the judicial family is concerned, it does not consist only of judges. It consists of the lawyers and the judges. We are part of one family. We are two sides of the same coin. One cannot exist without the other. And one has to cooperate with each other. There's no point in useless confrontation. It serves no purpose for anybody. We have to collaborate with each other if we are to be true to the oath which we take when we assume office, that we shall deliver justice without fear or favor, affection or ill will. Friends, I'm not going to give you a long speech. You must be extremely hungry, but I just wanted to share these few thoughts with you. Madras High Court has been a leader in many aspects. Your Chief Justice today has introduced 2 or 3 new things. The introduction of the holiday courts is something which was remarked upon by the then Law Minister. And it came out all over India, all over the papers. And I still speak of this wherever I go. That there are members of a family where matrimonial disputes deliberately want it to be on a Saturday or Sunday. I have attended some of these courts and I've seen how the people, the litigants, they themselves feel that they want a date on a Saturday or a Sunday. This is an innovation. Another innovation is, I've seen very few Chief Justices, after going to the various districts, coming back and then writing little booklets as to how, when things are all, say for example, matters relating to injunctions are being held up, or very other simple things, he has written 4 or 5 booklets to help the subordinate judiciary and the district judiciary to clear up cases. This is commitment and innovation. Friends, we all need to do this. It is something which we require so that we can make not only Madras, but this judicial institution of prime importance in the national sphere. It is because of the judiciary today that many things have not gone astray. It has been able to hold on. It's a cementing factor by which many things have been done to preserve the rule of law. Without the rule of law, the very concept of democracy will fail. I am extremely proud and privileged to have been given this honor to inaugurate the 150th, what you call the SESCI centennial celebrations. I sincerely hope that from today onwards, as the year progresses, you will have many more programs in different parts of the state. Good luck to all of you, and thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. As a token of our appreciation, we would like to honor the dignitaries on and off the days. I request the Honorable Chief Justice to present a memento and shawl to Honorable Justice Altamas Kabir and a garland. The Chief Justice to Honorable Justice Sadasivam. Honorable Justice L.P. Dharma Rao would present the garland and the memento to Honorable Justice A.K. Ganguly. Honorable Justice D. Murugesan would present the garland and the memento to Justice H.L. Gokhale. Honorable Justice C. Nagappan present the garland and the memento to Justice Mukhopadhyay. Justice R. Bhanumati would present the garland and the memento to the Chief Justice. Justice P. Jyotimani will be presenting the garland and the memento to Justice F.M. Ibrahim Khalifullah. Justice Chitra Venkatraman would be presenting the garland and the memento to Justice L.P. Dharma Rao. Justice K.N. Basha will be presenting the garland and the memento to Justice D. Murugesan. Justice Janathan Raja would be presenting the garland and the memento to the Honorable Law Minister, Mr. Paranjoti. Mr. V.S. Ravi, Registrar Vigilance, High Court Madras, would present the garland and the memento to Mr. Navanitha Krishnan, Advocate General. Mrs. S. Vimla, Registrar General, High Court Madras, would present the garland and the memento Mrs. Shanti Nair, Chief Postmaster General, Tamil Nadu Circle.
We'll now have the shawls being presented to the dignitaries. Mr. G. Mohanakrishnan, President, Madras High Court Advocate Association, would present the shawl to Justice Altamas Kabir. Mr. K. Alagirisamy, President, Madras Bar Association, would present the shawl to Justice Sadasivam. Mrs. D. Prasad Lawyers Association would present the shawl to Justice A.K. Ganguly. Mr. N.K. Vijayaraghavan, President, Law Association, would present the shawl to Justice H.L. Gokhale. Mr. K. Vellaichami, President, Madurai Bar Association of Madurai Bench of Madras High Court, would present the shawl to Justice Mukhopadhyay. Mr. Arivaragan, Secretary, Madras High Court Advocates Association, would present the shawl to Chief Justice Mr. Iqbal. Mrs. K. Shantakumari, President, All India Federation of Women Lawyers, would present the shawl to Justice Ibrahim Khalifullah. Mr. A. Navanitha Krishnan, Advocate General, would present the shawl to Justice L.P. Mr. S. Udayabanu, Advocate, would present the shawl to Justice Murugesan. Mrs. S. Vimala, the Registrar General, would present the shawl to the Honourable Law Minister, Mr. Paranjoti. Mr. S. Udayan, Registrar Administration, would present the shawl to Mr. A. Navanitha Krishnan, the Advocate General. Mr. V. Ramamurthy, Registrar Judicial, would present the shawl to Mrs. Shanti Nair, Chief Postmaster General.
We now have the presentation of bouquets. Request Mr. Murli, Vice President, Madras High Court Advocates Association, to present a bouquet to Justice Altamas Kabir. Mr. S.M. Lognathan, Secretary, Madras Bar Association, would present the bouquet to Honorable Justice P. Sadasivam. Mrs. G. Manjula Devi, Secretary, Women Lawyers Association, would present a bouquet to Justice A.K. Ganguly. Mrs. I. Nisha Banu, President, Women Advocates Association, Madurai, would present a bouquet to Justice H.L. Gokhale. Mr. N. Kamraj, Joint Secretary, Law Association, Chennai, would present a bouquet to Mr. Justice S. J. Mukhopadhyay. Mr. S. K. Amir Jan, Registrar Management, would present a bouquet to Justice F. M. Ibrahim Khalifullah.
We now have the honouring of Madam Judges. Honourable Justice R. Bhanumati would honour Mrs. Saraswati Sadasiva. Justice Chitra Venkatraman would honour Mrs. Ruma Ganguly. Justice K. Suguna would honour Mrs. Meena Gokhale. Justice R. Mala would honour Mrs. Chandrai Mukhopadhyay. Justice Aruna Jagadishan would honour Mrs. Ifat Iqbal. Justice K.B.K. Vasuki would honor Mrs. Amira Khalifullah. Mr. S. Udayan, Registrar Administration, would honor Mrs. Padma Pushpanjali Rao. Mr. S.K. Amirjan, Registrar Management, would honor Mrs. Sudha Murugesan. His Lordship has been the silent force behind today's events, and it is but appropriate that he renders the vote of thanks. Sir, may I invite you to render the vote of thanks?
Good afternoon to everybody. I know that all of us are here for the last 4 hours, but anyway, the time should not stand in our way to express our vote of thanks to the honorable dignitaries and all those who have participated in this function and made it a grand success. The dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. I deem it a great privilege to express our deep, sincere thanks to all the dignitaries. Honorable Mr. Justice Altamas Kabir. Previously, I was also thinking that the Honorable Judge alone was the judge who was not sitting in our High Court. But when, after hearing His Lordship, then His Lordship also has shared the judges of the bench at one occasion. Therefore, he is also part of our institution. In that way also, whenever we make a request to be present in Chennai or elsewhere in our state for a function, His Lordship has never hesitated to accept our invitation. Therefore, on behalf of all of us, I wholeheartedly extend my thanks to His Lordship. Honorable Mr. Justice Sadasivam is equally responsive to our all call, and is not only our judicial institution, but also he is from our state, and therefore he is our family member. He has got keen interest on our institution, judicial institution, and he has honored by his presence in this occasion. I extend my thanks to His Lordship. Justice Ganguly has honored this court by his presence as the Chief Justice, though it's a very small period, but he has made a mark in his judgments. I extend my wholehearted thanks to His Lordship. And Honorable Mr. Justice Goale, I had the opportunity to sit with His Lordship for quite a long time. And His Lordship is also very keen in our the cordial relationship between the advocates and the bar and the bench. He has also contributed a lot to our institution. I extend my thanks to His Lordship. Honorable Mr. Justice Mogabatia, though I have not sat with His Lordship I had close associates in so many administrative matters. I know his interest in the welfare of this institution. I extend my wholehearted thanks to His Lordship. Our Honorable Chief Justice, I know how much pain he has taken to see that this function should be a grand success. Various committee, and he has given so many advice, and but for the advice of His Lordship, this function would not have been a grand success. Likewise, my brother Justice L.P. Dharmarao, I extend my thanks to both of them. I have a special mention about Mr. Justice Kalifullah, that is why I have kept him after Chief Justice and Justice Dharmarao. My brother has mentioned the 4 pillars when we sworn in the 2nd March of 2000, the names, our association is very close. In fact, in a lighter vein, when we were arranging the dais, our Chief Justice said, how it so happens you are sitting beside Justice Mr. Kalifullah, it so happens. Therefore, my brother, Honorable Mr. Justice Kalifullah, not only very close to me, but he is very close to every one of us. And he has taken so much pain to come to honor all of us, and I extend my wholehearted thanks to Honorable Mr. Justice Kalifullah, the Chief Justice of Jammu and Kashmir, my brother and sister judges, especially the committee members. We know how the honorable judges have spent their times, even after court hours, to see that this function would be of a grand success. I extend my thanks to the Honorable Supreme Court judges, former Supreme Court judges who have honored this function. We have made him to sit for more than 4 hours, therefore they have left. Then former judges of this court and the judges, Honorable Mr. Justice Jayabal, Mr. Justice Kannan and Justice Raju Elango specifically, because they have accepted our invitation and they have come and they have honored. The Honorable Law Minister, he has catalogued, in fact I would say, the so many contributions made by the state to the judiciary. We do hope that the very same contributions or very same grants or very same assistance would be also extended in future wherever the request is made by the High Court for all sort of infrastructural facilities for a speedy and effective disposal of justice. I also thank him. I thank Mr. Navanitha Krishnan, Advocate General. I must specially mention my thanks to the presidents, secretaries, office bearers of various bar associations. They had their sittings with our committee of honorable judges for number of days to see that each and everything is meticulously planned, including the lunch. Therefore, I extend on behalf of myself and on behalf of the Honorable Chief Justice and brother judges, our wholehearted thanks to all the office bearers and the advocates who have rendered their service to make this function a grand success. The Mr. Vellachami from Madurai, Nisa Banu from Madurai, and the office bearers from Madurai and advocates from Madurai, and the learned senior advocates who have largely participated, advocates. all of them have made this function a grand success. I should mention the dedicated service of our registry, because most of our officers, I think they have not gone to their houses for last 1 week. Each and everything have been meticulously looked upon, and but for their real cooperation, though we have got funds, we have got other mechanisms to have this function to come up very well, but for their cooperation, certainly it would not be possible the way in which it has been now held. Then our staff members also particularly. Then I extend my wholehearted thanks to the Vice Chancellor of the Madras University. Then the police, they deserve a word of appreciation. They have made the security arrangements in such a manner that nobody is inconvenienced when they come and attend this function, particularly the Commissioner, the Deputy Commissioner of Flower Bazaar Police Station, the Triplicane Police Station, the Assistant Commissioners and their team of officers, the Public Works Department people, the staff and press media, they are also must be definitely thanked. And I thank each one of the dignitaries who are present, including my judicial officers of the state. If I had left anybody, please don't misunderstand me. It is my oversight. On this occasion, I will just to say 1 or 2 words. I won't take 2 minutes more. From the morning, we have been hearing the contribution of the Madras High Court to the judicial system. We have eminent judges. We have eminent judges and we have eminent lawyers. And particularly the lawyers, senior advocates from Chennai, I just want to mention they have gone to the Supreme Court and they have adorned the post of Attorney General, Mr. Parasaran, Mr. G. Ramsamy, then Mr. V.P. Raman, the Solicitor General, then Additional Solicitor Generals, Mr. C.S. Vaidyanathan, late Mr. Mohan, and Parasaran, Mohan Parasaran. And in fact, the first Additional Solicitor General from the state is Mr. K.K. Venugopal. They have all gone from this court and they have made their mark in the Supreme Court. And senior advocates also, they have marked their Supreme Courts. And on this occasion, we should rededicate ourselves to the cause of judiciary, because only 3 courts have got 150th year celebrations. We must not forget that. All other courts, they are very difficult for at the time, because as it is pointed out that the very same enthusiasm should prevail, and people will tell that the Madras High Court judges are the best one. Madras, the dispensation of justice in Madras High Court is marvelous when the 200 year celebrations are held. Therefore, all that I request to all our judges, brother and sister judges, advocates, to take this as an opportunity to recharge ourselves, to rededicate for the cause of judiciary, and that will be the respect which we are expected to pay those who have rendered their service to the institution, either by way of their judgeship or as an advocate. With these few words, I will conclude. Before that, I will express very heartful thanks to the Postmaster General, who was kind enough to now allow the court to release a cover with the postal endorsement. With a few words, I once again extend the thank to the entire our brother and sister on behalf of brother and sister judges, various advocate association, to all those who have participated. Thank you very much.
Mr. A. Navneetha Krishnan, Advocate General, would be honoring the dignitaries on the dais. Lifting a cricketing jargon, ladies and gentlemen, Sachin Tendulkar may have missed his 100, but we are 150 and counting. Please rise for the national anthem, which is being played by the Police Band.